Okay, welcome and good morning. Welcome to the City Planning Commission Public Meeting. And Madam Secretary, please begin.
Good morning. This is the City Planning Commission Public Meeting held in Spector Hall, 22 Reade Street. Today is Wednesday, July 27, 2016. As a courtesy during the proceedings, we ask that you please turn off all cell phones and beepers. All speakers should fill out a speaker's card at the desk outside of Spector Hall. In addition, we ask that those providing testimony please identify yourself, limit your remarks to 3 minutes, and speak clearly into the microphone. I will now call the roll. Chairman Weisbrod.
Here.
Vice Chairman Knuckles.
Here.
Commissioner Besser.
Here.
Commissioner Cantor. Commissioner Cerullo.
Here.
Commissioner Delauss.
Here.
Commissioner Dweck.
Here.
Commissioner Edie.
Here.
Commissioner Efron.
Here.
Commissioner Knight.
Here.
Commissioner Levin.
Here.
Commissioner Marin.
Here.
Commissioner Ortiz.
Here.
A quorum is present. The first item is the approval of the minutes of the regular meeting of Wednesday, July 13, 2016.
On the minutes, may I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? Madam Secretary, the minutes are approved.
Scheduling. On calendar numbers 1 through 14, we have resolutions for adoption. Scheduling Wednesday, August 10, 2016 for a public hearing to be held in Spector Hall, 22 Reade Street.
On the resolutions, may I have a motion to approve? Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? The resolutions, Madam Secretary, are unanimously approved.
The next part of the calendar is the report section on page 15. Borough of the Bronx. Is my mic on? Seems like it's on.
No.
It's not. My mic is not. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Borough of the Bronx, calendar number 15, CD5 N160179ZRX, in the matter of an application for an amendment of the zoning resolution concerning 1775 Grand Concourse text amendment. For a favorable report on calendar number 15, Chairman Weisbrod,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Knuckles.
Yes.
Commissioner Besser.
Yes.
Commissioner Cantor. Commissioner Cerullo.
Yes.
Commissioner Delauss.
Yes.
Commissioner Dweck.
Yes.
Commissioner Edie.
Yes.
Commissioner Efron.
Yes.
Commissioner Knight.
Yes.
Commissioner Levin.
Yes.
Commissioner Marin.
Yes.
Commissioner Ortiz.
Yes.
A favorable report has been adopted on calendar number 15. Borough of the Bronx, calendar numbers 16 through 19. Calendar number 16, CD8 N160345ZAX. Calendar number 17, N160346ZAX. Calendar number 18, N160347ZAX. Calendar number 19, N160348ZAX. In the matter of applications for the grant of authorizations concerning 4530 Livingston Avenue for adoption on calendar numbers 16, 17, 18, and 19. Chairman Weisbrod.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Knuckles.
Yes.
Commissioner Besser.
Yes.
Commissioner Cantor.
Yes.
Commissioner Cerullo.
Yes.
Commissioner Delauss.
Yes.
Commissioner Dweck.
Yes.
Commissioner Edie.
Yes.
Commissioner Efron.
Yes.
Commissioner Knight.
Yes.
Commissioner Levin.
Yes.
Commissioner Marin.
Yes.
Commissioner Ortiz.
Yes.
Calendar numbers 16, 17, 18, and 19 have been adopted. Borough of Manhattan, calendar number 20, CD1 N160381PXM, in the matter of a notice of intent to acquire office space for use of property located at 40 Rector Street. For a favorable report on calendar number 20, Chairman Weisbrod,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Knuckles.
Yes.
Commissioner Besser.
Yes.
Commissioner Cantor. Commissioner Cerullo.
Yes.
Commissioner Delauss.
Yes.
Commissioner Dweck.
Yes.
Commissioner Edie.
Yes.
Commissioner Efron.
Yes.
Commissioner Knight.
Yes.
Commissioner Levin.
Yes.
Commissioner Marin.
Yes.
Commissioner Ortiz.
Yes.
A favorable report has been adopted on calendar number 20. Borough of Manhattan, calendar number 21, CD5 N160382PXM, in the matter of a notice of intent to acquire office space for use of property located at 230 Park Avenue. For a favorable report on calendar number 20, Chairman Weisbrod,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Knuckles,
Yes.
Commissioner Besser,
Yes.
Commissioner Cantor, Commissioner Cerullo,
Yes.
Commissioner Delauss,
Yes.
Commissioner Dweck,
Yes.
Commissioner Edie,
Yes.
Commissioner Efron,
Yes.
Commissioner Knight,
Yes.
Commissioner Levin, Commissioner Marin,
Yes.
Commissioner Ortiz.
Yes.
A favorable report has been adopted on calendar number 21. Borough of Queens, calendar number 22, CDs 1 and 2, N160322BDQ, in the matter of an application concerning amending of the Long Island City Business Improvement District. For a favorable report on calendar number 22, Chairman Weisbrod,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Knuckles.
Yes.
Commissioner Besser. Commissioner Cantor. Commissioner Cerullo.
Yes.
Commissioner Delauss. Commissioner Dweck.
Yes.
Commissioner Edie.
Yes.
Commissioner Efron.
Yes.
Commissioner Knight. Commissioner Levin. Commissioner Marin. Commissioner Ortiz. A favorable report has been adopted on calendar number 22. Borough of Staten Island, calendar numbers 23 and 24. Calendar number 23, CD2, N160090ZAR. Calendar number 24, N160092ZAR. In the matter of applications for the grant of authorizations concerning 66-68 Delmare Road for adoption on calendar numbers 23 and 24. Chairman Weisbrod.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Knuckles.
Yes.
Commissioner Besser.
Yes.
Commissioner Cantor. Commissioner Cerullo.
Yes.
Commissioner Delauss.
Yes.
Commissioner Dweck.
Yes.
Commissioner Edie.
Yes.
Commissioner Efron.
Yes.
Commissioner Knight. Commissioner Levin. Commissioner Marin. Commissioner Ortiz. Calendar numbers 24 and 23 and 24 have been adopted. Borough of Staten Island, calendar number 25, CD3, N160112 RAR, in the matter of an application for the grant of an authorization concerning Wood Duck Pond Blue Belt. For adoption on calendar number 25, Chairman Weisbrod.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Knuckles.
Yes.
Commissioner Besser.
Yes.
Commissioner Cantor. Commissioner Cerullo. Commissioner Delauss. Commissioner Dweck. Commissioner Edie. Commissioner Efron.
Yes.
Commissioner Knight. Commissioner Levin. Commissioner Marin. Commissioner Ortiz. Calendar number 25 has been adopted. Borough of Staten Island, calendar number 26, CD3, N160162 RAR and N160163 RCR, in the matter of an application for the grant of an authorization and certification concerning Jack's Pond Blue Belt for adoption on calendar number 26. Chairman Weisbrod.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Knuckles.
Yes.
Commissioner Besser.
Yes.
Commissioner Cantor. Commissioner Cerullo.
Yes.
Commissioner Delauss. Commissioner Dweck.
Yes.
Commissioner Edie.
Yes.
Commissioner Efron.
Yes.
Commissioner Knight. Commissioner Levin. Commissioner Marin. Commissioner Ortiz. Calendar number 26 has been adopted. Borough of Staten Island, calendar number 27, CD3, N160302 RCR, in the matter of an application for the grant of a certification concerning 65 Wilson Avenue for adoption on calendar number 27. Chairman Weisbrod.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Knuckles.
Yes.
Commissioner Besser.
Yes.
Commissioner Cantor. Commissioner Cerullo.
Yes.
Commissioner Delauss.
Yes.
Commissioner Dweck.
Yes.
Commissioner Edie.
Yes.
Commissioner Efron.
Yes.
Commissioner Knight. Commissioner Levin. Commissioner Marin. Commissioner Ortiz. Calendar number 27 has been adopted. Borough of Staten Island, calendar number 28, CD3, N160232 RCR, in the matter of an application for the grant of a certification concerning 212 and 216 Nippon Avenue for adoption on calendar number 28. Chairman Weisbrod.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Knuckles.
Yes.
Commissioner Besser.
Yes.
Commissioner Cantor. Commissioner Cerullo.
Yes.
Commissioner Delauss. Commissioner Dweck.
Yes.
Commissioner Edie.
Yes.
Commissioner Efron.
Yes.
Commissioner Knight. Commissioner Levin. Commissioner Marin. Commissioner Ortiz. Calendar number 28 has been adopted. Borough of Staten Island, calendar number 29, CD3, N160233 RCR, in the matter of an application for the grant of a certification concerning Craig Avenue and Nashville Street for adoption on calendar number 29. Chairman Weisbrod.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Knuckles.
Yes.
Commissioner Besser.
Yes.
Commissioner Cantor. Commissioner Cerullo.
Yes.
Commissioner Delauss.
Yes.
Commissioner Dweck.
Yes.
Commissioner Edie.
Yes.
Commissioner Efron.
Yes.
Commissioner Knight. Commissioner Levin. Commissioner Marin. Commissioner Ortiz. Calendar number 29 has been adopted. Borough of Staten Island, calendar number 30, CD3, N160116 RCR, in the matter of an application for the grant of a certification concerning 72 and 74 Harris Lane for adoption on calendar number 30. Chairman Weisbrod.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Knuckles.
Yes.
Commissioner Besser.
Yes.
Commissioner Cantor. Commissioner Cerullo.
Yes.
Commissioner Delauss. Commissioner Dweck.
Yes.
Commissioner Edie.
Yes.
Commissioner Efron.
Yes.
Commissioner Knight. Commissioner Levin. Commissioner Marin. Commissioner Ortiz. Calendar number 30 has been adopted. Okay, supplemental calendar. Borough of Staten Island, calendar numbers 1 and 2. Calendar number 1, CD3, N160333, RAR.
Yeah, she's doing.
I'm
She's
doing
doing-
it.
Okay. She's on it.
I'm gonna start over. Supplemental calendar, Borough of Staten Island, calendar numbers 1 and 2. Calendar number 1, CD3, N160333, RAR. Calendar number 2, N160334, RAR. In the matter of application for the grant of authorizations concerning Kinder Morgan Solar Array Project for adoption on calendar numbers 1 and 2. Chairman Weisbrod.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Yes.
Vice Chairman Knuckles.
Certainly, yes.
Commissioner Besser.
Yes.
Commissioner Cantor. Commissioner Cerullo.
Yes.
Commissioner De La Use. Commissioner Dweck.
I vote yes, and I think they picked the right day to proceed on the solar project.
Commissioner Edie.
Yes.
Commissioner Efron.
Yes.
Commissioner Knight.
Yes.
Commissioner Levin. Commissioner Marin.
Yes.
Commissioner Ortiz.
Yes.
Calendar number 1 and 2 has been adopted. Okay, the next part of the calendar is the public hearing section on page 25. Borough of Brooklyn, calendar numbers 31, 32, and 33. Calendar number 31, CD2, C160030ZMK. Calendar number 32, C160054 MMK. Calendar number 33, N160029 ZRK. A public hearing in the matter of applications for the zoning map, city map, and zoning text amendments concerning 141 Willoughby Street rezoning.
Chair, excuse me, Chair Weisbrod, I'd like to be recused on this matter.
Yes. Commissioner Edie is recused
Okay.
on this matter. So we're going to hear first from the applicant team for, as is our practice, for a 15-minute maximum presentation, and then we will switch to those opposed and then back to those in favor, and keep going until all those who wish to speak have signed up have an opportunity to speak. So let me call up the applicant team now. Thank you. And please identify yourselves and your roles.
Good morning, Chair Weisbrod, Commissioners. My name is Jay Siegel. I'm a land use attorney with Greenberg Trauer, and I represent the owners of the site and the applicant. With me today are Chris Schlenk, one of the two principals of Savannah, who is the parent of the entity that owns the site, Morris Adjemi, the architect, and Jeff Nelson, who you know well from EDC. When city planning first proposed the downtown Brooklyn rezoning, this property was included as to be rezoned from its current C61 state to C6-4.5 at 12 FAR. The owner of the site is the Institute of Design and Construction, a not-for-profit, and for reasons that we've never been able to understand, asked to be removed from the rezoning because it had no plans to redevelop its property. So it remains today as a C61. A C61 district, as you know, allows a maximum residential FAR of 3.44, a maximum commercial of 6. Community facility can get you to 6.5, and with plaza bonuses up to 7.8. Savannah entered into a contract to purchase the property from the Institute in mid-2013 and closed in the contract about 6 months later. We started a dialogue with the department at that time about rezoning the property, and at that time we talked about reinstituting the zoning at 12 FAR that the Institute had declined to accept.
I'm sorry, which department did you
Your
start?
department. Department of City Planning. It feels funny to say city planning to the city planning commissioners, but whenever I say department, I mean the Department of City Planning. Savannah was aware that people in downtown Brooklyn who were in 12 FAR districts the buildings that were being designed were buildings with 2 stories of retail and residential above. And they had little or no office space. We point out that the borough president's report that he issued in February of 2016, as distinguished from his recommendations in this matter, pointed to this problem and said only 1.3 million, this is his report titled "A Decade Later in Downtown Brooklyn," a review of the 2004 rezoning, and he focused in his report on the lack of office space being constructed pursuant to the downtown Brooklyn rezoning. He noted that only 1.3 million square feet of commercial space have been developed since that rezoning, about 3.3 million square feet less than anticipated. And his report suggested, and I quote, "the need for a zoning text amendment to encourage more commercial development." Savannah is experienced in the office market. Its portfolio includes a large number of office buildings that it manages, and it has 2 office buildings under construction now in Manhattan. So it was very aware of an opportunity for office space in downtown Brooklyn, and it began a dialogue with the Department of City Planning and with HPD and EDC, which would allow it to construct a building that would not only provide the retail and residential space I described, but also have a substantial amount of office space and incorporate into it the floor area that was generated by the EDC parcel, HPD EDC parcel over here, Lot 8, that you've heard about. The Savannah site is 18,020 square feet of lot area. The HPD parcel in the triangle on the corner is 2,651 feet, and by including that parcel in the rezoning application and purchasing the development rights for that parcel would increase the floor of the new building by approximately 48,000 square feet. So the 18 FAR building, which is being proposed today, would have not only 270 units, of which 81 would be affordable, it would also have approximately 94,000 square feet of commercial. It would have the same 2 stories of retail. It's also an agreement with HPD and EDC that triangular portion on the corner, which is now used as public open space, would be enhanced, improved, and maintained by Savannah in perpetuity for the benefits of the general public. Point out that the C61 district, which is the property is currently located, if this block was developed pursuant to the current rezoning, there would be no affordable, no office, 70 market rate units, and likely a hotel of approximately 60,000 square feet. So the actions that are before you today, which are rezoning the entire block, the mapping of the EDC HPD parcel for the purpose of allowing the disposition to Savannah, and the text changes which will allow the envelope, a envelope for the building that you've seen, which is essentially 2 stories full of retail, which would go up approximately 40 feet. Then setbacks for the office building that will allow an office floor plate of approximately 14,000 square feet for 7 floors. The office floor to ceilings are 15 feet each. And then 40 stories of residential on top of that with a gross floor plate of about 6,800 square feet, with the total height of the building being 577 feet. I want to show Dan the... As you saw that Alex showed you on Monday, the outline of the building is in red, and you can see that its height, I mean, even putting aside the outlier of 1,000 square feet that LQC approved, just looking at the rest of the buildings, the height and the floor plate is commensurate with those buildings. And we think as compared to what the zoning is today, the actions for today would result in satisfying two of the significant goals of downtown Brooklyn by providing the 81 affordable units and by providing office space that I think everybody realizes is needed, that so far has not been too forthcoming in downtown Brooklyn. Now, we presented this to the community board, and as you know, the community board voted against the application. While there were a couple of comments about the size of the building, by far, most of the comments from the community board was a concern that the infrastructure in downtown Brooklyn had not kept up with the spate of development, and that the schools and transportation system needed to be addressed. And that's a concern that I'll leave for my partner at EDC to address about the school situation generally in this area. The borough president's recommendation regarding this application you have before you is that he does not recommend going to 18 FAR in one action as we propose today. Instead, he recommends a two-pronged approach. He recommends the commission rezone us now to 12, and that we propose a series of applications that could increase us to about 20 FAR if we took advantage of all of them. So those actions include rezoning a parcel owned by the city on the east side of Flatbush Avenue Extension. We would purchase, according to this plan, we would purchase the development rights from that parcel, that there would have to be either a text amendment or a large-scale special permit that would allow us to purchase floor area from across the street, and that there'd be a text amendment allowing a bonus for a community facility. So the point being, it doesn't seem the borough president's objecting to our density, in that his proposals would have even a bigger building, but he's objecting to the process by which we get there. Now, Savannah has been at this for 3 years, and Savannah has no appetite to embark upon a series of additional applications that could last another 2+ years. This is our process, and we're hopeful that the commission could see the benefit of the application we're making before it and grant that application. Now, the borough president's concerns then were not to the bulk of the building. His concerns were that that if 18 FAR zoning is granted to this building, it would set a precedent that could have consequences for other properties in the area. We think that the borough president is, and we do appreciate the fact he spent so much time on his detailed report, but we think that his concerns that if this property is rezoned, the commission is going to follow suit and rezone other properties that's misplaced. I don't think he's giving enough credit to the Department of City Planning or to the commission and its ability to analyze each site separately and come to conclusions about whether each site has the characteristics that would support a rezoning of 18 FAR, and the characteristics that our site has, that I think Alex Summer discussed some of them in the review session, is that in our area there are 8 subway lines, 8 bus lines, that we're on 2 wide streets, that we're catty-cornered to a more than 1 acre park that the city's investing an awful lot of money in, that our floor plate, our development site is only 18,000 square feet, and our building height fits in with the heights of the other buildings in the area, and our floor plate fits in with the other buildings in the area. So I think that the commission can analyze requests, if any, are made to it from other applicants on a site-by-site basis and come to a conclusion as to whether those other sites would merit results, other sites, whatever they are, would merit a rezoning to 18 and wouldn't feel bound to grant any other request if they were so inclined to grant this one. Our second speaker is Chris Schlenk, as I said, one of the 2 principals of Savannah Public.
Thank you, Mr. Siegel.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Commissioner, and everybody that's here. Just a quick statement. I started Savannah in 1992. We're New York City-based developer. We do residential, retail, and office. As Jay said before, we have a lot of office right now. We're building an office building right now on 26th Street between 10th and 11th. It's a 164,000 square foot office building. We actually did a deal with the Avenue Schools, leasing part of the building from us. We're New York City based. I grew up in the Upper West Side. I appreciate the fact that this application could pose issues for precedent, but I would point out a couple things. I think with what were we to build what we have now, there would be no affordability, there would be no office. Were we to be granted the approvals that we're asking for, we would have 81 affordable units, and we would have 100,000 square feet of office space in a market that I know pretty well that I would say is starved for office, and I would also say probably lacking affordability. So to the extent that you look at this application not as a trendsetter and not as something that's going to disturb the balance, but if you look at this as something that's going to hopefully help sort of reconfigure a little bit, make up for maybe some misses that happened in 2003, and I know that our application is sort of the bearer of, she's gonna hit me, of a little bit of scrutiny and a little bit of anguish and anger about what happened in 2003. And as I've said before, we can't solve everybody's problems, right? But we would love to do affordability, and we would love to do office. And we love this project. We've been doing it for 3 years, as Jay said. And nothing would make us more happy than to build the project that we were before you with.
Thank you, Mr. Schlank.
Morris is not going to make a presentation for the architecture. You've seen it before, but he's here to answer any questions that anybody has about the details of the building. So, Jeff?
Thank you, Jay. Good morning, everyone. I'm Jeff Nelson, co-head of the real estate group at EDC. I will keep my remarks brief to keep us on schedule. We view 141 Willoughby as a way to achieve two key goals of the administration. First, as Chris and Jay have articulated, the delivery of affordable housing, and importantly, affordable housing under the city's new MIH plan. And second, obviously, is the delivery of commercial space in downtown Brooklyn. This is an area of the city that has seen tremendous demand, and yet, in terms of the development of space in downtown Brooklyn, has been primarily residential. Through this application, we are able to extend and achieve what the original 2004 plan envisioned, which was the delivery of commercial space. Anything less, we think, than the delivery of both this affordable housing and this commercial space would really be a tremendous lost opportunity. As Jay mentioned, some of the comments we have heard from the community board and the borough president regarding the school situation in downtown Brooklyn, certainly something that we can address in greater detail. So first is, with respect to the relevant school districts in the area, SCA and DOE have committed over $300 million to the delivery of new school seats within the area. This represents probably 5 plus or minus schools within the area. Now, EDC, in every project that we look at in this area, is committed to working with DOE and SCA to see if a site is appropriate to incorporate a school. There are, and we have been in discussions with SCA and DOE extensively about this site. There are a number of challenges. As Chris said, not every, a site cannot solve every challenge presented and every goal. We are happy to continue that conversation, and I would close by saying we fully support this application and hope the commission does as well.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. I will just start with you, with a question to you regarding the community board's broad concerns about infrastructure and the commitment, particularly the commitment to schools, of the money that's been committed to schools in downtown Brooklyn, and you said that potentially that would permit as many as 5 schools in downtown Brooklyn. How many sites, if any, have been identified to date?
So, without getting into detail regarding the sites, because I'm aware that, SCA and DOE, I believe, are in active conversations on a number of sites. We are aware of at least one in the immediate vicinity that SCA and DOE have been seriously considering. We can provide further detail, I think, probably following this, to the extent DOE is comfortable revealing, the details of their ongoing conversations.
Yeah, I don't think, I don't want to interfere with discussions and negotiations that are underway, but would it be possible to provide during this process a sense of at least timing when particular sites might be secured?
That is certainly something we can talk about with SCA and DOE.
Thank you. Questions? Let us start with Mr. Dweck, and then Ms. Delahousse, and then the Vice Chairman.
Thank you.
Okay.
I have several questions, but let me touch on the schools first, since we were on that topic. Would the applicant consider a smaller size school, not from potentially a K-2 instead of a full elementary school? And then I'll go into if you want, I can give you all the questions, or you can start with that. I don't know.
Well, let's start off by saying that at the Borough President's hearing, the Community Board District Manager Bob Perez testified when he was asked by Deputy Borough President Rayner whether he had had conversations with the SEA about whether the SEA was comfortable with this as a school site. And he testified that he spoke to 3 architects at the SEA who said this was not a site that they wanted to see as a school. So start with that premise. Because the Borough President has remained interested in discussing the suitability of this site as a school, we had a further conversation with the SCA this week, and they reiterated that position. They gave a lot of reasons why they didn't want to see it. They want their schools on the 1st and 2nd floor for safety reasons, so especially the youngsters can get out quickly. They did not want it on top of retail, where it would take a longer time to go through stairs. They talked about the geometric concerns about having a trapezoidal site and columns and spacing. And they took, there's efficiencies also. And we didn't discuss just a couple of grades, but there are efficiencies of having cafeterias and gyms and public spaces and security that are separated in a bunch of smaller schools around the city.
If they put that in writing, it'd be of interest if you could share that with us.
We can certainly talk to them about that. We know they generally don't like writing letters, but we can certainly ask them that at your request they provide one.
And going back again to the Borough President's comments about the affordable unit mix. So he was pleased with the level of affordability, or the amount of affordable units, rather. But I think he was requesting in his recommendation that the units be skewed more toward family-oriented units, like 2 and 3 bedrooms, encompassing the same amount of square footage, but just making it more friendly for families. So would the applicant consider that in the project?
Yes, we have to talk to the council member, as you know, and I understand you've been talking to the council member as well, but as these decisions are ultimately his about bandwidth bands and nature and vision, we're happy to advance that request.
And the Borough President also noted in his report the need for senior affordable housing, and potentially talking to HPD for some subsidies for these smaller units, the 1-bedrooms and studios. Is that of interest to the applicant, and has the applicant engaged in conversation with HPD, or would the applicant engage to look at that?
Sure, we'd be happy to look at it.
Okay, great. And finally, the Borough President report requests a cultural institution in that area, in the building. And as a tenant, would there be any objection from the applicant to having a tenancy of a cultural institution that might be funded partially by the City of New York, or assisted by the City of New York?
You're talking about a cultural institution that would be paying a market rent, or are we talking about subsidies? What are we talking about?
I would imagine that it would benefit the building to have a cultural institution, so perhaps market rent is not doable in the spot, but, I mean, I'm not gonna negotiate the leases for the land.
I don't want to get punched by Chris.
Right.
But certainly, we will, we'll talk, and if it makes sense, we'll be open to hearing what cultural institution and what type of event we are talking about. It is a relevant characteristic.
Have you reached out to the borough president's office to discuss that with them?
You know, we've had a number of conversations with the borough. You know, we, as I think you may know, we didn't have any idea about the content of his recommendation until we received it. I think there was some late thoughts that were added to it. And once we received it, we were more concerned about his two-pronged approach than we were about a cultural institution. So our conversation to date has been about that aspect of his recommendation, and we have not yet focused on the cultural institution part of it.
I would recommend you engage them in dialogue, and, but going back to the two-pronged approach, I think, as you said, the borough president was fine with the density of the building and the size, had it been a two-pronged approach. And you mentioned the president's setting aspect of the application. If you go back to your own graphics, you know, when you show the commission that it's in scope, you show the size of the building compared to other buildings. So we would be grappling with, in the future, when somebody comes up to us and says, well, 18 FAR, and they'll show a building that's in scope. So we'd be dealing with that same issue. So I don't disagree with you that there was not a concern on that specific site as to the density and size, but rather there is a precedent-setting issue which needs to be addressed by the commission.
I was saying, Commissioner, I've had many times where I've gone to the Department of City Planning and said, you did this for that site, what about for my client? And I've been told, no, and you don't have the characteristics of the other site. And the commission looks at each site separately. So I think that the department and the commission would look at any other application and see if it had the same type of positive characteristics that I think we have.
Thank you.
Ms. Delausse, and then Vice Chairman Knuckles.
Hi, thank you guys for being here. I guess my first question is probably to Mr. Schlank from Savannah. When you all purchased the property in 2013, what were your assumptions about what you would redevelop the property to be, given the fact that the zoning was what it was, and that the anticipated zoning was going to be for a 12 FAR, and also the uses?
Chris will take over shortly, but I want to say
You
before.
do this all the time, by the way.
You won't let me talk. No, it's just to make sure, you know, so I've read the chronology, anticipation of this meeting. I'm not sure that Chris has read every word of it, but that before Chris signed the contract, I spoke to the Department of City Planning about whether it would be amenable to restore to a C64.5 is what we talked about initially, the 12 FAR. And Chris's contract obligates him to seek the rezoning because the Institute, we agreed to share with the Institute additional payment should we upzone, and so we were obligated to at least seek the 12 FAR rezoning. So that's what was originally contemplated, and the current application came about as a result of a dialogue that we had with City Planning and EDC and HPD about whether, when we saw the office dearth, we had that in downtown Brooklyn, we had a dialogue with City Planning and Department, and that's when we proposed the 18 in response to our viewing the shortage of office space. We started with 12, yes.
Okay, now
So-
we talk.
So,
So I'm in a fund structure, so I have large pension, private and public pension funds that invest with Savannah. We invest money on their behalf. I would never buy anything unless what I was buying made me enough money for my return. So the existing site with this 7.8, with that is our investment memo. That's what we underwrote, and that's all we are assuming, okay? The fact that we, in discussing with Vinny, Mr. Batista, who owned the building, that this was left out of the rezoning and that he would love to have us apply for an upzoning because they had wanted it before, and we agreed with him that he would make additional money if we got it. Just so you know also, we entered into a 2-year sale leaseback. So we bought the building from Mr. Batista and we leased it back to him. So the school is still in occupancy. So we knew that for 2 years, we had nothing we could do. He needed to unwind his business. So for us, going back to city planning and asking for an upzoning was,
No-brainer.
it was a no-brainer, right? But I can tell you, the underwriting, and Jay's gonna kill me. If you look at the numbers, the underwriting and the IRR and the multiple of the return on the money that we would make with what we have existing is exactly what we would have with the upzoning. Okay? So we could build our building and make not the same internal rate of return, right? So we're here, I feel like sometimes I'm bashing my head against a wall, asking for something that actually isn't that much more material beneficial to me, right? But it's just, so, and I think to Jay's point, I can't, we've been doing this for 3 years. I can't go through another 2 years, right? My investors want, they expect their money to be returned, unfortunately.
I think, well, I have a series of other questions, but
Sure.
I think my response is it's not so much perhaps the uses that are proposed that folks have concerns about, but really the precedent that it would set, and I appreciate.
And I totally agree.
And I appreciate what Mr. Siegel said about that there are other characteristics to the site that make it appropriate that may not apply to other sites that would perhaps seek an increase in FAR, although at least half of what you listed would apply to those other sites, certainly within a third of a mile to a half a mile radius, considering the transit hub that it is. So the other question I had was just how you came to option 2 on MIH. I know that there's been a lot of, not as much as everybody would like, but there's certainly been a number of units of affordable housing that have come online in downtown Brooklyn as a result of the prior rezoning. And, the concern I have really is about the income mix and the fact that there may be challenges in finding local residents at that AMI level, considering the amount of units that have already come on. Obviously, MIH is an averaging, so that allows some flexibility. But I'm wondering if you considered other options that would even provide a greater range.
Well, we're open, as we just realized, we've met twice with the council member, and that mixed subject has not yet come up. We're talking about broader issues. We're happy to share with him whatever recommendations the commission has about that, but we haven't spent a lot of time on it since we know that ultimately he's going to be the decision maker.
Okay, one thing I would recommend in the process is to take a look at recent marketing efforts and how that has happened and how that has rolled out, in particular, local residents that have actually been able to secure units at those AMI levels. I think that would be a helpful part of the process to inform the decision.
Makes sense, understood.
The other question I had, and you've probably seen this, there was a letter from Assemblywoman Joanne Simon, and one of the things, the only thing that she raised that I think hasn't come up yet that I wanted to raise had to do with if you had a response to her comment that the environmental review process doesn't conform with past practices related to existing FAR rezonings.
Well, right, but the reason, there's the negative declaration that was issued here with EDC, the lead agency, that this department participated, concluded that we did a proper environmental review. I think the Assemblywoman's argument, and it may not, as I understand it, is that the department should anticipate whether there will be other requests that are made by other applicants in other locations that it might think were had merit to it, and that the department should do an area-wide rezoning. But it's a little bit, not sure I follow the argument, because this is an application by us, Savannah, not by the city. And she cited a case, Fisher v. Giuliani, which is a case where the city planning enacted a text amendment which would allow development rights to be transferred from all the listed theaters, which I don't know, 30, 35 theaters over a wide area. And the court said, well, wait a minute, city planning is enacting a legislation that affects 35 or so different properties and will unleash a plethora of square feet along a wide area, and they should study the whole effects. It's not the case here. This is one application by one applicant, and she seems to be suggesting that the department should try to figure out how many other locations there'll be in downtown Brooklyn, and do an environmental study of them. And I don't see any, I don't see any relationship between a city plan enacted text amendment that allowed a whole bunch of Florida to be spread and one application by one applicant. It seems to be thinking that city planning should reach out to potential applicants and figure out who's going to propose what. City planning is not proposing any text amendments here. They're not proposing any rezonings. We've proposed one that they're considering. So I don't see any merit to her position that there was anything flawed in the environmental review here.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Knuckles and then Ms. Efron.
Thank you. Jay, I had a question about context. Could you get that skyline that you had just to... So of the massings depicted there, how many are proposed and how many are actually built?
You came for his. Morris, will introduce you.
Morris Hatchme, architect. I can take. The 9 DeKalb site obviously is proposed.
Right.
The rest are either constructed or, ours is here, or approved. So I believe these are all that we're showing are.
And what is the approximate distance between these various buildings? The
In
ones
term-
that are actually constructed?
In terms of height?
No, the distance between them, where, neighborhood.
Here's this is the map of
Right.
of the site. This is
Right.
the section showing the profile here of that section. So our building is shown in red, and then the other buildings are shown in gray on this drawing. Is that clear?
Yeah, are they all, some of them are in different zoning districts, are they not?
Yes. Yes, that's correct. We do have a zoning map, if
Right.
you want to see that.
It's a what, C6, Could you just-
C64.
C64?
Yeah, I need that drawing. I think it's on there. Yeah. So our site is here, C64 adjacent. Well, and this one is that's C64, C64.5, and then C61 and C65.
Thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Efron.
I have a question for EDC. In working with the developer, how did you arrive at the choice of close to 100,000 square feet for office space versus the residential when it seems as if it was all somewhat in play? And given that it's great transportation for not only residential but for office space, why was the 100,000 target the right amount?
Well, so the application basically allows the delivery of both, right? So there's a residential program that's up to the allowable residential FAR, or almost that, and the implementation of an MIH program, which was important to us in seeing the delivery of affordable housing in this area. And then the additional that was in conversation with Savannah and with city planning as to an appropriate amount of office space in the relevant zoning district that would be put in place here. So I wouldn't think of it as a trade-off necessarily. It's a delivery on, both goals.
Mr. Cantor.
Thank you.
Jay, I heard your client say, Jay,
Yes,
I heard your
Commissioner Kent.
client say that basically, between the pro forma he set up for his investors and this new building, it's a push in return for him for IR, et cetera. Fair statement so far? Okay. Why would you allow your client to go through all this stuff if at the end of the day it's a push?
Just let me point out that it means that his return rate doesn't go up, but the absolute dollars goes up because he's making the same return on a larger property. So if he was making, just picking a number, and I mean, you can punch me if I got it wrong. It's that if he's making $1 million, if he can make $1 million at 10%, and he builds a larger building, he may make $2 million and still be at 10%. So there's additional cash. It has value to it, but often I guess these funds get judged on their rate of return, and their rate of return won't go up, although the absolute dollars will be. I had to have that explained to me.
I understand where you are. Okay, thank you. Please, please.
That was it. I would just say that, you know, as this is developed, when we started the process, it was going to be 80-20, there was going to be 421A. There are a lot of things have changed. Right now it's 70-30, and now it's cultural institutions, and now it's a lot of things. Maybe, I mean, there's a lot of things that have entered into the fray over the past 3 years during this process. So your question is very, very well taken, but there's been a lot of moving pieces. Now, if you're asking me, would we have done, if I knew what I know now, would I still be here? Yes, because I love New York, and I would love to build this building, and I think 164,000 square foot building that I can build as of right is going to be inconsequential, meaning that this site, the reason why we love this site, it's a triangle, it's a beacon. You know, it's standing there alone on Willoughby, Flatbush, and Gold. It's across from the Willoughby Park that will eventually get built. It's across from City Point. In so many ways, it's such an important piece of real estate. And call me sappy. I grew up on the Upper West Side. Robert Moses, power broker, changed my life. I worked at the West Side Federation for Senior Housing with Laura Jervis. I mean, it's in my blood. I didn't start a company to do real estate because I wanted to make a lot of money. I started a company because I love New York City. And I think this site can handle what we're asking for, and I think what we're giving with the affordability and the office, he's shaking his head. Call me sappy.
No, I won't
But
call you
listen,
sappy.
but
You don't look like
no,
a
go
sappy.
behind you.
You don't look like a, you don't look like a loser.
You know, it seems a little bit strange in the end of the day, but I'm here before you. I've never met Mr. Weisbrod, but whether or not you grant us what we're asking for, it's been a pleasure.
Surely, Mr. Schlank, your sophisticated counsel warned you that if you enter the fray, things will change. Mr. Dweck.
Just one question I forgot to ask earlier on the public open space. What would be the hours of operation for that spot, and what kind of security arrangements would you be making on it?
I have to check, I think it's a 24/7.
It's 24/7, and
think so.
what kind of security arrangements will you have?
We got to look at that. I don't think we've discussed almost everything with EDC and HPD. I don't know if we discussed security arrangements. We'll get back to you, Commissioner. We just don't know the answer to that.
Thank you.
We have a landscape architect who's been engaged, and we're working on what it's going to look like. And obviously, if we are approved, it's going to be something that will be opined on by some committee.
No, the contract says that we have to submit it to the Department of City Planning and to HPD, and to HPD and EDC for looking.
Ms. Deluz.
For all the reasons you just mentioned about the prominence of the location, I'm wondering if we could just hear very briefly from the architect about the overall building design and the program that is proposed, and any Any sustainable features that make it unique?
That's why he's here. He'd love to do it.
Hello again, I'm Morris Adjemi, architect. As Chris mentioned, we do feel that this is a special site because of the configuration of the lot, and we do think it'll function as a beacon. We've looked to create a narrow, slender, tall building because of the site and a result of the site constraints. And this is a view of the building looking south, and then a detail at the ground floor showing the retail, the setback for a setback at the office level, and then there's another setback at the residential level. There are 2 stories of retail. We're activating Atlantic. On Gold Street, we've located the entrances for the office, the retail, as well as the loading dock, and then there's the park. We have a detail of the park. Rick Parisi is working currently on the design of the park, and this is just a very preliminary layout of the park. We're creating a small plaza and then planting zone and seating. But that's something that's really very early in early stages. In terms of sustainability features, we're very focused on that in the office. We're looking at some different ideas for how this could be. We did look at, we certainly will be pursuing LEED, and as an office, we've done everything from platinum for the NYU Law School, many gold buildings, and so we will, our goal would be to achieve the highest level that we could. At this building, there was some discussion about passive house, and we have done a number, or we're currently working on 3 passive house projects, but this is a somewhat taller building than the tallest passive house building that we're aware of, at about 26 stories. So it's something that we're looking into. One of the negative aspects of that is the windows are very, very small, particularly in a building this size, because we have no surrounding buildings to help with insulation, which is a big factor in passive approval.
I hate to interrupt, but I did my thesis at Columbia on Metrotech. I did. And here's our site. Here's our site. This is a 3-story building. This is a Metrotech, one of the Metrotech buildings, okay? And I've said this before. Jane Jacobs hated this, okay? Metrotech turned their back to Brooklyn, okay? The retail there is just completely shut off. Part of the idea behind this site, as I said before, being a beacon, is that, you know, we have the opportunity to bring glass, retail, exposure, and life to this dormant site. Not only has the site been dormant, but we're fighting against this, which everybody hates, right? So, you know, we've tried our best to introduce light, air, and retail. We're gonna have 3 or 4 different retail stores, cafe. I mean, it will take that little triangle. If anybody has not been there and seen it, and just, I mean, the park, you call it a park? I don't call it a park. I call it overgrown shrubs. Right? So I just think there's an opportunity to take the probably most prominent little triangles in downtown Brooklyn and do something exciting.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant team? Ms. Levin?
Yeah, I have a simple question for Mr. Schlenk. Can you build this without 421A?
I have every confidence that the city and the state are going to get their stuff together and figure it out, whether it's a 421A or whether it's a pilot or whether it's something. I have every confidence that we're going to figure it out.
Okay. Thank you. I hope you're right.
He told me to say that.
Any other questions for the applicant team? Just one question for you, Mr. Schlenk. Given your commitment to New York, and you grew up in the Upper West Side, why did you name your company Savannah?
I I mean, I have lots and lots of investors, they always ask me that, and there's no good story. I feel like I should have hired a PR firm to come up with a great story.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll now switch to those in opposition, and the first speaker is Kim Harvey, representing Assemblywoman Joanne Simon.
Good morning. For the record, it's Jim Harvey with a J, as in James. Right, I know it's wrong. It's not Kim with a K. And I do represent Assemblymember Joanne Simon. I'm here to read into the record the letter that she sent dated July 13th, 2016 to Borough President Eric Adams. Dear Borough President Adams, I write to share with you my profound concerns regarding the proposed building at 141 Willoughby Street. I write informed by my experience residing in neighboring Borum Hill since 1983. As an involved community leader coordinating the response of 10 community groups to the Downtown Brooklyn Plan, as a small business owner in downtown Brooklyn since 1997, and now as a member of the Assembly representing downtown Brooklyn. As I understand it, the developer Savannah seeks a text amendment to establish a maximum FAR within the special downtown Brooklyn district of 18, a zoning map amendment to rezone the project site at 141 Willoughby Street to C66, and a further text amendment to establish special height and setback controls for the project site. As you know, the Downtown Brooklyn Plan significantly upzoned the area after significant study and investment a mere 12 years ago, excuse me, to an FAR of 12, which already allows for extremely tall buildings. The issue of height alone, however, is not my primary concern. Rather, it is the utter failure of the city to consider the cumulative effects, or rather impacts, of such rezoning which require compliance with the New York State and New York City environmental control or environmental quality review statutes and regulations and all that it entails. Recently, my office conducted a survey of residents and businesses seeking their input regarding development in the downtown Brooklyn area. We received 574 responses, nearly 92% of which agreed that development in downtown Brooklyn needs a fresh look and a new approach that better ensures community needs are addressed. As you may recall, the Downtown Brooklyn Plan envisioned a total of 5.3 million square feet of new development, of which 4.2 million square feet was anticipated to be commercial. Further, its environmental impact study calculated impacts based on an anticipated 973 residential units. Already,
Time is up. Let me just say, Mr. Harvey, that the Assemblywoman Simon's letter has been distributed to everyone on the commission, so they will have it. But I will let you, if you want to pick out one or two choice sentences, I will let you do that to conclude.
Maybe if I could just deliver the final paragraph.
How many sentences is that?
It is about an inch and a half. As noted above, Community Board 2 has recommended disapproval of the ULURP. It is right to note that the public has already paid for the increased density in downtown Brooklyn. The development community has received enormous profits from building residential space, and the area has rebounded from a sleepy commercial business district to a vibrant area, soon to be struggling not to fall victim to its own success. We need your leadership to work together to ensure that the gains are not lost. Very truly yours, Joanne Simon, member of the Assembly.
Thank you very much. Questions for Mr. Harvey? Thank you. Next speaker is Oscar Jonas, representing Senator Montgomery.
Hello. I have a letter from the senator that was submitted to this board. I have copies of it if they are needed. Okay, you already have it. Good. Dear Chairman Weisbrod and members of the New York City Planning Commission, I'm writing to urge you to sustain Brooklyn Community Board 2's rejection of a ULURP application by the development firm Savannah to dramatically increase the allowable FAR from 6 to 18 at a site 141 Willoughby Street within the special downtown Brooklyn district. This change would set a precedent for other development that would dramatically change the allowable heights and densities for construction within a district that was studied for 3 years before its creation in 2001 and its modification in 2004. There are two proposals before you. One would increase the maximum FAR within the special downtown Brooklyn district to 18. The second is a proposed zoning map amendment to permit FAR 18 and establish special height and setback controls. For the project site at 141 Willoughby, the proposal would create the city's first C6-6 zone with a base FAR of 18 outside Manhattan, and the only zone in Brooklyn with an FAR in excess of 12. Unlike the painstaking and public planning process that preceded the creation of the special downtown Brooklyn district, in this instance, there would be no such study, no environmental impact statement, no study of impacts on infrastructure, no provisions for additional school seats or transportation, or any of the other considerations of the impact with such a massive and tall building at 141 Willoughby that would have on the surrounding area. Moreover, allowing this rezoning would go forward would act as an incentive for other developers to seek a similar FAR 18 development on other soft sites in downtown Brooklyn without the kind of careful consideration of the impacts that occurred before the creation of the special district. With several million square feet of office space already planned or under construction in downtown Brooklyn, without this change, it is hard to understand the city's rationale for pushing ahead with it. The city's argument that increasing FAR is a means to increase the supply of affordable housing is similarly suspect, since an 18 FAR permits no more allowable residential floor area than the adjacent 12 FAR. The failure to conduct even minimal studies with the broader impact of such dramatic upzoning on the area at 141 Willoughby constitutes a lack of compliance with both state and city environmental quality review acts, and is at variance with the city's past practice with respect to prior rezonings that has done in other boroughs. Compliance with both the letter and the spirits of SECRA and my apologies for the mispronunciation, would have mandated the completion of environmental impact statement analyzing other soft sites in downtown Brooklyn Special District being rezoned at one sentence.
One sentence.
18 FAR. Failure to conduct those studies should in and of itself prevent the lawful approval of these proposed actions.
Thank you. I just note for the record that the community board did not vote to disapprove all the actions here. They voted to disapprove 2 of the actions, but did vote to approve a demapping action.
Understood, sir.
I just want to note that for the record, because I think you said the community board voted a complete denial, which is not entirely accurate.
I'll pass that along, sir.
Okay. Questions for Mr. Jonas? Thank you. The next speaker, not sure I'm pronouncing this right, is Marua Zuai from Assemblyman Walter Mosley's office. How am I pronouncing your name? And could you?
did fine.
I did?
Yes.
That's miraculous.
Again, my name is Marua Zawai. I'm here on behalf of Assemblyman Mosley. Good morning, Chairman Weisbrod, Vice Chairman Knuckles, and City Planning Commissioners. I write to you in regards to Brooklyn Community Board 2's rejection of a uniform land use review procedure, application by the development firm Savannah to dramatically increase the allowable floor area ratio from 6 to 18 at a site on 141 Willoughby Street within the special downtown Brooklyn district. This change would set a precedent for other development that would dramatically change the allowable heights and densities for construction within a district that was studied for 3 years before its creation in 2001 and its modification in 2004. There are two potential proposals. One would increase the maximum floor area ratio within the special downtown Brooklyn district to 18. The second is a proposed zoning map amendment to permit floor area ratio 18 and establish special height and setback controls for the project site at 141 Willoughby. As the previous two elected officials have stated in their letters, I don't want to sit here and reiterate. I just want to say that Assemblyman strongly opposes this project. And failure, the compliance with both the letter and spirit of state and city environmental quality review acts would have mandated the completion of an environmental impact statement analyzing other soft sites in downtown Brooklyn being rezoned to 18 FAR. Failure to conduct those studies should in and of itself prevent the lawful approval of those proposed actions. If you have any further questions, Assemblyman would like to discuss this matter with you further. Thank you for your time and consideration on this matter.
Thank you, Ms. Wai. Questions? Thank you. Next speaker is Carl Alfieri from 32BJ.
Good morning, thank you for letting me be here. My name is Carl Alfieri, I'm a member for 23 years. I'm representing the SEIU 32BJ, representing the 145,000 members nationwide. 32BJ members maintain, clean, and provide security services in schools as well as residential commercial buildings all across the 5 boroughs, including buildings like 141 Wilbury. This is why I'm here today. I want to discuss the building service jobs to be created at 141 Wilbury. Building service jobs can be jobs that pay poverty wages with no benefits, or they can be quality jobs that pay wages that allow people to put a roof over their head. We need to make sure that 141 Wilbury is creating good jobs that pay prevailing wages for Brooklyn residents. The economic impact of these new developments is important to consider. Savannah partners have stated their intention to create high-quality paying building service jobs at 141 Wilbury, and we are encouraged by this and look forward to working with them in the coming weeks to solidify this agreement and support this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions? Thank you, Mr. Alfieri.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Peter Bray from Brooklyn Heights Association.
I'm Peter Bray. I'm the Executive Director of the Brooklyn Heights Association. The BHA's mission is to protect and enhance the quality of life of Brooklyn Heights residents and merchants. Our objections are both specific to this site and general as it applies to the entire special downtown Brooklyn zoning district. Ironically, this action coincides with the 100th anniversary of the 1916 zoning resolution, whose achievements were profiled by David Dunlap in Monday's New York Times. That resolution came about because critics charged that development was out of control in New York City and that regulations were needed, quote, to arrest the seriously increasing evil of the shutting off of light and air from other buildings and from the public streets, to prevent the unwholesome and dangerous congestion, both in living conditions and in street and transit traffic, unquote. If one did not know that this quote came from George McEnany, the Manhattan Borough President in 1916, one would think that statement was being made today. Evidence abounds throughout the city of the disastrous course we have been pursuing to build ever taller and denser. Granting the rezoning to 141 Willoughby would eliminate setback requirements and remove all height limitations on this site. It would be a wrong move for this particular site, which sits on the most heavily congested street in Brooklyn, and it'd be an even worse move for downtown Brooklyn by setting a precedent for every other developer to request the same consideration. On what basis would the Planning Commission be able to reject these subsequent rezonings? The headline of David Dunlap's article lauds the fact that the 1916 zoning resolution changed New York City forever. If you vote to approve this rezoning, you would make a mockery of this headline and set the city on an unprecedented path of destruction of the public's right to light, air, and a decent quality of life. The article concludes that the 1916 zoning resolution was as much a planning as a zoning document. I would ask the Commission today whether it still believes in planning, or do political considerations in the city's addiction to real estate development trump careful, thoughtful planning? And I use the word Trump in every sense of the word. The special downtown Brooklyn zoning district has generated wholly unintended consequences from what was originally envisioned. Rather than office buildings, it's generated 10,000 residential units. It would behoove the City Planning Commission to take this time to address how to handle this unexpected population density and the tremendous congestion it has added to the area's transit system, sidewalks, and roadways, rather than to approve a rezoning that will exacerbate all the ills that zoning was intended to solve. I urge you to reject this modern-day equitable building in downtown Brooklyn. Let this 100th anniversary of the 1916 zoning resolution be a harbinger of a renewed concern for the quality of life of every resident of New York City and of a commitment of zoning driven by urban planning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bray. Questions for Mr. Bray? Thank you. We'll now switch back to those in support, and we will start with Eric Edwards, the Cultural Museum of African Art.
Hello, I'm Eric Edwards. I'm the Executive Director, Collector, and Founder of the Cultural Museum of African Art. We have one of the largest African artifacts collections in private hands within the United States, certainly within African American hands, and it's internationally known collection throughout the world. We are presently looking for a home to preserve and to educate through the artifacts. We're looking for a space, a cultural space, and we would like to be one of those moving parts, as was so stated, to possibly be within this 141 Willoughby project. And we support the project as far as the scope and its presence as so deemed appropriate by the City Planning Commission. Because we feel culture is so important. We are a 501c organization. We are certified by the New York State Board of Regents as an educational institution. And we were made aware of this particular meeting by the Brooklyn Borough President, and he thought that we would be a perfect candidate to be within this location. I'm an original Brooklynite and New Yorker, and my interest also is in the education of all people through the arts and the history as explained through them, which can be certified in a leading edge institution and a museum that we definitely will present in New York City. So I look to support that, and I leave it up to the fine judgment of the people that are sitting here to make the right decisions, which will be on my pay grade level, to disattain. And also for Savannah, to make them aware that we will be an exemplary candidate for the cultural space and to bring prestige not only to the city, but to Savannah as well.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. Questions, Mr. Edwards? Mr. Dwight.
Just roughly how many square feet would you need for your institution?
We feel we would need up to 20,000 square feet for the institution. We have over 2,500 artifacts within the collection. And we, as I said, we're internationally known. You can go on the internet and you'll see a ton of information on us.
I hope you engage Savannah in meaningful conversation.
We will certainly attend it. I think we started it today.
Ms. Levin?
Mr. Edwards, where are the artifacts now? Where is the museum based now?
The artifacts are stored, and everyone here is welcome to come on a special appointment to see them. They are stored on the eastern edge of Clinton Hill, the eastern edge of Pratt Institute. And I could give you my card, and you're welcome to come, and I think you will be quite impressed.
Thank you.
It's taken over 45 years to put this collection together.
Any other questions for Mr. Edwards? Thank you very much, Mr. Edwards. The next speaker is Bethany Bauer,
What about me?
downtown Brooklyn. Oh, I'm sorry?
I'm with Eric. My name is Christine Parker, and I'm the Deputy Director of Advancement for the museum, and I think that Mr. Edwards is, I'm going to pull this up because I'm 6 feet. Mr. Edwards is kind of...
yeah,
I'm
You're
down-
signed up for later. You can
I'm
come
going to
up.
come back later?
Yep,
Okay.
you're signed up. Next speaker is Bethany Bauer, Downtown Brooklyn Partnership.
Good morning, Chairman Weisbrod and Commissioners. I'm Bethany Boyer, Director of Real Estate and Planning at the Downtown Brooklyn Partnership. The partnership, as you well know, was created not long after the area's rezoning to help foster growth of downtown Brooklyn, the city's third largest commercial district. The partnership is here this morning to share our support for what we believe is a great project and appropriate for this site. We believe the thought put into Savannah's proposed project at Willoughby and Flatbush is well thought out and offering much needed amenities to the neighborhood, and that the density is most appropriate for this site's unique shape and location in the heart of downtown, west of Flatbush Avenue, and very close in proximity to the densest core of downtown Brooklyn. The proposal before us this morning is a tremendous example of a true mixed-use project, offering much needed and a diverse array of amenities, including office space, retail, affordable housing, and an improved public plaza. The inclusion of ground floor retail will activate streets adjacent to the project and help create a more pedestrian-friendly corridor along Flatbush Avenue. We believe the 81 units of affordable housing that would be possible if today's project were approved is a very appropriate, and we are in support of it. With over 3,500 local residents who've attended one of the many affordable housing seminars we've helped host over the last year, we know that the demand for this is extraordinary. The last few years, the emergence of downtown Brooklyn, Dumbo, and the Navy Yard as an entrepreneurial hub has created a high demand for additional office space in downtown Brooklyn, having seen a 22% increase in the number of innovation firms alone. With not enough office space planned to meet this future growth projections and an incredibly low commercial vacancy rate, we're facing a space crisis that threatens to halt this incredible momentum. Because of this, we strongly believe the addition of commercial space at 141 Willoughby will help foster the economic engine that is taking off here in Brooklyn, and appropriate so in Brooklyn's largest commercial district, downtown. For all of these reasons, we are in strong support of this project and hope you move forward with approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Ms. Ortiz.
Hi,
Hi.
good morning. I wondered if the Downtown Brooklyn Partnership had any position on the bedroom mix. You know, given that this is the tech triangle and presumably we're looking at younger workers, but there's been some call for larger family-sized units. And if you had any insight on sort of who's living in downtown Brooklyn right now, if this mix is a reflection of what you actually see in the development and if it's appropriate.
Sure. So I think it's a mix. I think it's a mixed bag. This isn't an issue that we've received any feedback at directly on the partnership, so I haven't considered that before coming up here this morning. But I will say, you know, from everything that we're seeing with the different events that we host in downtown, a mix of young professionals and families. So I think there's a variety and a need for probably both in downtown. There's no question that more families are, you know, moving to downtown, and so I think that a mix of a variety of sizes is probably right. And there are so many different projects that are going up in downtown, as you know as well, We are seeing a variety of different sizes of bedroom units in the pipeline and construction.
But no position on this particular mix right now?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions, Ms. Bauer? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Dan Moran from HPD.
Hi, my name is Dan Moran. I represent the Department of Housing, Preservation, and Development, and I can take any questions that you have for HPD at this time.
Ms. Deluz.
Hi, how are you? Thanks for coming. I'm just wondering if you could work with the applicant to get them information about the lotteries that have been conducted in Community Board 2, and in particular, what percent of those lotteries were local residents at what AMIs, to help inform whether or not the option that has been chosen so far is really appropriate. You know, my evidence that I'm aware of really shows that most of the local residents that are still seeking affordable housing are often at lower AMIs. So that should be something to be considered.
Mr. Dweck.
And thank you. Going back to the Borough President's comments on the deeper affordability for the smaller units for seniors, I'd be interested to know if you can work with the applicant to come up with some kind of a program or ability for them to deliver on that deeper affordability for the small units, particularly geared towards seniors. So you've not been in any dialogue with them yet about?
So we have not yet received an application, and in fact, the MIH application will be posted very soon. Excuse me. But we are, will be working with the developer when we receive stacking diagrams that show their unit distributions, the AMI levels that are assigned to each unit, and we can certainly work with them to potentially market some of the some of the smaller units to lower AMIs.
Lower in?
To lower AMIs.
Oh, AMIs, okay.
And in terms of the senior, the recommendation on senior housing, we can at least work with the administering agent and encourage the developer to work with them to market heavily to seniors in the area and just throughout the city, and try to increase the proportion of seniors that are applying to the project.
Perhaps HPD subsidies might be needed to reach the levels of affordability for seniors.
Yeah, we haven't discussed any HPD subsidy in this project. It's MIH, which is basically means that the developer is subsidizing that affordable housing.
I would just encourage HPD to engage in dialogue with the developer and look at the BP's recommendations on.
Absolutely.
Ms. Deluz.
It's too bad Mr. Gentleman from Savannah had to go, but given his past experience with Wishfish, perhaps an obvious commitment to low-income seniors and other folks, maybe they'd be willing to go above and beyond the MIH requirements.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not aware of that project, but certainly discuss with them.
Any other questions for Mr. Moran? Thank you, Mr. Moran.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Richard Barrick from the Brooklyn Borough President's Office. Welcome, Mr. Barrick.
I want to thank Chair Weisbrod and members of the New York City Planning Commission, including our appointee, Joseph Dweck, for giving me the opportunity to read remarks of Brooklyn Borough President Eric Adams, commenting on this public hearing regarding the zoning map and text amendments and a disposition of city-owned property to facilitate commercial and residential development of 141 Willoughby Street. So the following are Borough President's remarks. On July 20th, 2016, I submitted a uniform land use review procedure recommendation to disapprove with conditions a zoning map change application submitted by 385 Gold Property Investors LLC, approve with conditions a zoning text change application submitted by the same applicant, and approve with conditions disposition of city-owned property submitted by Economic Development Corporation and HPD, all related to facilitating the development of 141 Willoughby Street in downtown Brooklyn into a 49-story, 372,000 square foot commercial residential mixed-use building with nearly 95,000 square feet available for office space and approximately 43,000 square feet for retail use. The response was issued after dialogue with local stakeholders, community advocates, including a borough hearing held in the community room of Brooklyn Borough Hall on Monday, June 13, 2016. I requested several modifications to the project, including disapproval of the request for an unprecedented floor area ratio in the Borough Central Business District. Alternatively, to allow the creation of the proposed development's present floor area, I am recommending the sale of municipal air rights from the Department of Mental Health building located at 295 Flatbush Avenue Extension, along with zoning changes to result in the development being inclusive of cultural space and new school seats. Additionally, I urge that affordable housing units be sized to support families and reasonably priced for very low-income senior citizens. Development in Brooklyn, especially projects with a component of community review, must meet a high standard that addresses the critical local needs and objectives. In downtown Brooklyn, and indeed across our borough, we face serious affordability concerns that present challenges for our seniors to remain in Brooklyn. Our efforts on behalf of our seniors remain a measure of foundation of our societal success, as well as our efforts to support families who seek to build the next chapter of our community's growth. To ensure that this neighborhood is a safe place to raise healthy children and families, we need to be creative and aggressive in pursuing affordable housing for them alongside places to learn, play, shop, and work. Holistic development can and should be our standard of our city to meet at every opportunity we have to shape the future of the 5 boroughs. I am concerned that the project's proposed 18 FAR has potential to set a precedent that could have unintended consequences, including the risk of losing much-needed office space elsewhere in the special downtown Brooklyn district. This special district was created in 2004 to encourage greater commercial development. We should not be short-sighted in reviewing this attempt to secure 95,000 square feet of office space without greater insight of understanding the fuller impacts proceeding pursuant to the requested rezoning. Wrapping up, so for this development, recommended capping the zoning to the established standards and without this extent of rezoning, but utilizing the unused air rights of the adjacent site, alternative means to create school space exempt from zoning floor area, bonus for cultural and dance, and so obviously also the affordable housing issue would like to secure cultural public school space in terms of this. And in keeping with recommendations, the importance of hiring locally based contractors, subcontractors, LBs, MWBs, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Barrick. Questions, Ms. Barrick? Mr. Dweck.
Richard, good seeing you. So a few questions. If you can go deeper onto your concerns on the president setting issue, and then the Borough President's report mentions, of course, cultural institutions. Why do you feel that downtown Brooklyn is an appropriate space for cultural institutions? And going back to the Borough President's concerns about schools, do you know of any smaller size schools in Brooklyn that have achieved some success in commensurate in what you're trying to build out, or what you would like to see built out here?
Sure. So when we did the downtown plan, before the zoning change, back in the day, the urban renewal plan from Brooklyn Center actually precluded residential use. So that went away. We took away our safeguard. Zoning is often an either-or proposition. We give a range of uses. We leave it to the free market to determine. We did really well, tremendous success with residential. In fact, a lot of that has prompted affordable housing. Unfortunately, our funding sources limited the AMIs, which did make it difficult for certain people to have local-based success in getting those units, but we've done really well. We've done really well creating jobs for hotels, expanding our retail. Nominal amount of office. In fact, we lost a building, Social Security and motor vehicles, 350,000 square feet leveled. And what we understand, residential filing is some retail. So it's a big chunk to lose. So this zoning, as you're looking at the text, it doesn't preclude use. What you have wonderful in this application, obviously you have a developer who knows how to do office space. That's great. Willingness to do it, has confidence in doing it. It's wonderful. The hook we have is the land disposition agreement. So it's not the commission zoning, the map, the text, it's the hook of the adjacent city-owned property. So if you have other properties coming, whether it's this generation of commission, future generations, the question is, what determines that floor area above 12 becomes office use, if that's the stated purpose of 18, you also have hotel, you also have retail. One could do forms of community facilities such as medical that is more profit-oriented. So the 18 in itself, the text you're asked to approve, for a future applicant, you don't have necessarily hooks unless you have an adjacent city-owned property sold to model this application to not have a precedent that gives you unintended consequence. You have office space on sites. If that's a site someone proposes, you know, the amount of office that gets demolished to create the site, if a developer puts office back in, does it equate it? Is it less than? You know, we don't know. So, you know, there's just no explicit guidance moving forward. In terms of the cultural, we've done wonderful with the BAM Cultural District. We had city-owned sites there. So now we've exhausted it. They're all in play. We're going to be opening more and more spaces in the next couple of years. We did something, and the commission was part of it on the BAM South site, where to make it that much better, a text change was done to allow a little bit more community facility floor area to make the whole development work. And I think that's a great precedent. Borough president put in his recommendation so that could that concept, we looked at it also at the site to make up the floor area, but also having that throughout downtown Brooklyn where above and beyond the 12 FAR cap to have additional floor area available for cultural uses, because we should be able to grow further from the success of the BAM district, and there are a lot of culturals that come to us to looking for space. And you know, if the developer is not paying extra for the land, does that help make the numbers work where culturals can come together with developers and keep growing the district in Brooklyn? In terms of school, can't solve the issue about the location so much, but we know of a small site in play, 4th Avenue around 63rd. School's moving ahead. I think it's PS 971. It's like a 12,000 square foot lot. There is also a site beginning of being in play, 43rd and 4th. Some people know the building is the Castle. That's being given serious consideration. That site with an adjacent lot is only 12,000. I happen to be married to an assistant principal. The school in East Flatbush has its
You don't
kindergarten.
get detention, do you?
Excuse me?
You get detention by any chance?
The kindergarten and part of the first grade is in another elementary school building, so the logistics of the lunchroom, gym, whatever is coordinated, but that's 3/4 mile away. They figure it out, right? So they have a teacher in charge that runs the building, so the principal occasionally goes out and visits it. You know, it's a pain in the neck that the buses have to bring them to the main building and coordinate. Why I say it's late too many nights, because logistics go wrong, but, and then also where she actually grew up back in the day, we had to do solutions. We were building lots of units. Beach Haven, big development. The nearest school, Avenue X. I learned my wife went to kindergarten, 1st grade, they had in the basement of Beach Haven. Don't know how many years they had to run with that solution, but things had to be done because of a massive population. If you look at the numbers, a lot of numbers are about to come into play in this area. And the 287, which is the district school, sure, it's got 60-some-odd% capacity. That's at the southern end of Farragut houses. About 140 seats would be available. Parents to get there from this location, we have existing buildings in downtown Brooklyn assigned to that school. They're not going there for whatever reason. They'd have to cross Flatbush, have to cross Tillery, go under the BQE. So whether that's why they're not going or you state other reasons, I'm also told that some of the parents somehow are crossing District 13, which is at Fulton Street, going across Atlantic, but they're going to what I was told, 261. I don't know how many parents, but that principal can't be doing that much longer because we got buildings, because of the success of the downtown plan, that are going to be waiting to go to that school too. So that pipeline into 261's got to end because we got to accommodate buildings that are rightfully in that district. So, you know, grabbing seats where we can, you know, a chair made a great point about where are these sites, because it's great to have the funds, but if we don't have a place to use them, then, you know, it's always in potential. We got to start turning potential into about to be.
Thank you. Other questions for Mr. Barrett? Yes, Ms. Ortiz.
Hi, thank you. You know, given what you mentioned about the need for school seats, I find it interesting that there's a request to change the mix to accommodate larger apartments and more families. Could you explain that?
Sure. I mean, you obviously have to be hopeful that You don't want to purposely say, well, okay, this area is stifled for the moment, so we're just going to build studios and one bedrooms. And I get from a market rate perspective why that's appealing. But if you look at the number of applicants that are applying for affordable housing on a citywide basis, and I can't give you direct numbers, but you're going to find the percentage of people competing for the 2s and 3s are a lot, the need is more in the 2s and 3s, so we're dealing with the need. And since that's where the need is, we want to address that. And you know, the downtown buildings, because of, again, the funding programs, sometimes the funding programs force smaller units. Sometimes it forces certain AMIs. You're doing a tax credit. You're very tight what you could do unless the Fed finally changes the income averaging. We're hopeful on that. It's now in the Senate. But the beauty of MIH is here's my average price point. I have a certain parameter of high and low I could go. It gives us an opportunity to hit many income tiers, so we could help those families that haven't had success to date because of whatever reason. So we're trying to match up more the application flow to where the need is. We want to have not such a big ratio of 2 and 3 bedrooms applying for a small pool.
Ms. Sellers.
Richard, as always, your recommendations are very thorough. I'm just, and creative. Given that the creative recommendations that the Borough President has made require multiple steps, and that the developer has indicated a lack of desire to go through multiple steps, would the Borough President still basically say disapprove? I mean, do you have a sense of whether, or not, if nothing changes, how the Borough President feels?
I couldn't speak to that, but you know, there's opportunity for dialogue between now and the council. You know, nothing in life has to be perfect. Perfect gets in the way of providing for people. So if thoughts are put out there that could lead to a path where the issue of precedent is not as unpredictable, you know, everything should be considered, because there's a lot of good in this product. You know, getting the affordable housing, getting the office space, obviously the building itself, you know, adding more people, disposable income. There's so much synergy in this, you know, building. They showed it fits in, right? So how do we deal with everything, you know, to try to have the dialogue to get there?
Thank you.
I had a similar question to Ms. Mr. Barrett, actually, and just another point. If I understand what you're saying, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but if I understand what you're saying, you would want to see this application approved within this process, and the Borough President would be concerned if the conclusion of this commission required that the process start again, which some of your recommendations or some of your approaches would require.
No, I understand, you know, it's catch-22, and again, if ideas are out there that meets the objectives, that's fine. You know, it's really getting the ideas out there, and if there's thoughts that say how we could deal with these issues, that may be perfect.
And then with respect to, I'm a little unclear about your concern about the precedent, because the proposal before us is not to rezone an area, it's
Correct.
to rezone this site. And the applicant and others have noted, and you've certainly have a lot of experience working with this commission and the city council over time, that any future action would require, in another site in downtown Brooklyn, that proposed an FAR similar to this site, or even approaching this site, would require its own full, separate, entirely independent analysis and process. And over the years, I think you would probably agree that the commission has a fairly good track record of making independent judgments and identifying distinctions between sites so that it hardly acts in a mechanistic way when it does a rezoning.
But having clear framework of safeguards, I think is a more ideal solution. Like, if this is about office, but nothing in the body of the text, so now it's left to the independent moment. So, you know, letting property owners in the area understand what is idealistic about should they come forward, you know, knowing what is a reasonable approach, what accomplishes the city's goals.
Right, and I certainly agree. And I think that probably one of the things that all of us find, given your report and given what's actually not your report on downtown Brooklyn and what all of us are well aware of, that one of the most, not the most attractive element of this application is that it does produce a significant amount of new office space, which is very sorely needed in downtown Brooklyn. So obviously, the commission, what's before the commission now, takes this into account, and it's an important element in how the commission reacts to it. And I just assume that that would be, as would other factors, be a factor in any other application that came before the commission for rezoning in any other part of downtown Brooklyn.
One never knows why things happen in the future. And again, you know, if safeguards are there, it can only improve things.
Ms. Levin.
To that end, I'm looking at the text that has been proposed to us, and I wonder if it wouldn't be possible to narrow the text in a way to eliminate the precedential concerns and make it clear that it applies only to sites that have the unique characteristics that this site does, so that in future, if anyone came back with a similar request, it would be vividly clear from the zoning resolution that a separate analysis has to be done. I mean, I think there's room in the text that's been provided here to tighten it up and limit it.
It's possible something could be in scope, and it's possible that either separate from another application or with another application, that something is set up so that moving forward, things are more stated.
Okay, any other questions for Ms. Barrett? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is it Andrew or Andrea? Huck?
I'll go with Andrew.
Yes, you will. And is it Hoke or?
Hone.
I'm
Andrew
sorry,
Hone is the name. Yeah.
I'm sorry, it's your handwriting. I blame you, not me. So,
It's to keep you guessing where we're going to land on the issue, I guess. So my name is Andrew Hone. I'm the Executive Vice President and Chief of Staff of the Brooklyn Chamber of Commerce, here on behalf of our President, Carlo Aishasura, here in support of 141 Willoughby Street. Brooklyn Chamber of Commerce is a membership-based organization, and we represent the interests of our member businesses as well as other businesses across the borough of Brooklyn. And our affiliate, the Brooklyn Alliance, is the non-for-profit economic development organization of the Chamber, which provides direct business assistance to businesses and nonprofits across the borough. The project for the development of the mixed-use site at 141 Willoughby Street by Savannah is a much-welcomed addition to downtown Brooklyn, bringing much-needed affordable residential units, ground floor retail, office space, as well as renovated and a permanently maintained park. There is a absolute critical lack of Class A office space. You were just speaking to this issue in downtown Brooklyn. If approved, this project would provide approximately 98,000 square feet of such critically needed office space. In addition, inclusion of 30% of the total units as affordable will help address the ongoing shortage of affordable housing in the community, the borough, and the city. The preservation, renovation, and maintenance of parkland as per the deed restriction that the developer has agreed to abide to as part of this proposal is a good thing as well. As the area increases in residential and employment usage, the perpetual maintenance of parkland is key to addressing the shortage of open space that workers and residents alike need. The current zoning allows residential and retail use as of right. The developers are seeking to allow for more affordable housing and office space. But for this ULURP item, we would not see the development of affordable housing at 30%, open space improvements, added retail, and that desperately needed office space that we've all been working towards for so long. We see this proposal really as a model for the creation of a true mixed-use neighborhood that creates housing and open space. The Brooklyn Chamber shares both the community board, the borough presidents, and really everybody's concern over school space. Our president, along with the borough president, were thrilled to advocate for the funding for it, to allocate for those resources. I think what is critical about this project, which is really an issue here, is that the as-of-right development is something we collectively can agree we don't want to see. The changes are what we're aiming for, what we've been calling for a long time, and this is the market that's responding to it. And I think at the end of the day, it solves some of the issues that downtown faces and Brooklyn faces. It doesn't solve all of them, but it shouldn't have to either. So I think the clear message from us, the business community, the nonprofit community, to the commission, is that we support this project and we look forward to it getting built. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hone. Questions, Mr. Hone? Come more often, and I'll pronounce your name right the next time.
Who knows, maybe Andrea will show up next time.
Irrespective of how you write it. So,
Thank you so much.
thank you. Next speaker is Christine Parker. Ms. Parker, your time has come. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I'm going to lift this mic up because I'm still 6 feet. I want to thank everyone for having me today, and I apologize for the disruption in the flow, but I'm overly excited about the project. I mean, the height requirements.
You haven't seen disruptions like we've seen. Believe me. So.
I can't speak to the height requirement, but I'm a Brooklyn resident, and I'm happy about Brooklyn myself. I do feel that the project would add mixed use that's definitely sorely needed. Our request is for the Cultural Museum of African Art. I am the Deputy Director of Advancement, and we're requesting to be part of the project and the discussion. We're new to the discussion. We came at the tail end, so we haven't had an opportunity to meet with the developer. We'd like to talk a little bit about the use of cultural space in the project, and we'd make a great asset. We'd like to invite you out to see the collection so that you know that we're sorely in need of this space. We would be a sustainable organization. We have a distant learning program. There are 2,500 African artifacts, in fact, in Eric Edwards' loft of only 5,000 small square feet, and we are requesting 20,000 in addition to the tax benefits for the developer. We would also provide a wonderful cultural attraction for downtown Brooklyn, in addition to all of the other cultural attractions that our fine borough offers. So I think everyone said everything that they could possibly say, so there's no need for me to reiterate and take more of your time. But again, thank you for this opportunity to speak to the commissioners and the chairman and the vice chair, as well as the developers. Again, I'd like to reiterate once more, I'll need to have a discussion with you about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Parker. Questions, Ms. Parker? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Ed Wallace.
I'm going to decline to take up any time with the commission, only to say that we heard loud and clear what the borough president said. We are in dialogue with the member of the city council. We hear what Commissioner Levin particularly suggested, and I think we are hopeful that as this moves through the process, if it's approved here, there will be a happy resolution at the end.
Identify your organization.
I'm sorry, Edward C. Wallace from Greenberg-Traurig, Council to Savannah.
Any questions to Mr. Wallace? Thank you, Mr. Wallace. Next speaker is Nick Hawkins from Savannah.
I'm actually from Greenberg-Traurig also, and I'm going to waive my right to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Hawkins. Any questions for him? The next speaker is Lynn Parkinson from Brooklyn Ballet.
So, good afternoon. I'm Lynn Parkinson, the founding artistic director of Brooklyn Ballet, and we are a cultural, obviously, And I want to thank the Borough President's Office for inviting me to come and speak to you today. And I did hand out some information to you about our organization, so I don't need to talk that much about who we are, but we are a relatively young ballet company that reflects the diversity of Brooklyn, and we are a performing company, and we are serving lots of communities through our education outreach and through scholarships and people coming into downtown Brooklyn, because we do have 2,000 square feet in downtown Brooklyn as a result of a partnership kind of put together by the Borough President's Office and our board that ultimately had us be the cultural space in the Skirmerhorn, which is a mixed-use facility in downtown Brooklyn on Skirmerhorn Street. And this happened in 2009. We were able to go into that space. And I just want to say that it's been an example of mixed-use, cultural, affordable housing, services for homeless, and then there's this ballet company on the ground floor. And we've become kind of a beacon on that street. The street, of course, looks a lot different since 2009, but people come by and look at our storefront window and bring their kids. Kids continue to come from all over Brooklyn because we do outreach all over, and we're busting out of our seams. We cannot provide the services of everybody that wants to study ballet with us. It's a great equalizer. Kids and also young adults now after work, those classes are now at capacity. So we're just looking to provide more services, and our partners, the Actors Fund and Breaking Ground, are our landlords and partners, and we've just created something there that I'd like to expand in another area of downtown Brooklyn. And so that's really all. We're looking for about 5,000 square feet to have an additional 2 more studios, an office or 2. And this is what I'm here to talk about, and also just talk about cultural space in downtown Brooklyn and what a difference it can make. I read that we're close to Brooklyn Ballet, in the real estate brochures and things like that. So we've kind of become a place that you want to be close to if you're looking for an apartment in Brooklyn. So I just think that there are benefits for all with cultural space, and of course I'm biased about Brooklyn Ballet. So.
Thank you, Ms. Parkinson. Questions, Ms. Parkinson? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to be heard on this matter? And seeing and hearing none, the hearing is closed. Thank you.
Borough of Manhattan, calendar numbers 34 and 35. Calendar number 34, CD5, C160148 ZSM. Calendar number 35, N160147 ZRM. A public hearing in the matter of applications for a special permit and a zoning text amendment concerning 217 West 29th Street.
There are some that are mellow. Good afternoon now. The first speaker is Dan Eggers. Am I pronouncing that correctly? Eggers, sorry. Dan, I pronounced correctly. That's good.
Good morning, Chair Weisbrod and Commissioners. Dan Eggers, Land Use Attorney at Greenberg Traurig, representing the applicant for 221 West 29th Street. There are 3 actions before you. The first is a special permit for sections 1345 and 13451 to allow an attended accessory parking facility with 45 spaces on portions of the ground floor and subcellar of a proposed mixed-use development, which would include 19 affordable housing units. The second is a zoning text amendment for a new section 42486, and the third is an associated authorization for a modification of retail frontage requirements in the M160 district. I am going to speak to the proposed text amendment and authorization. The district regulations require ground floor retail use along at least 50% of a property's street frontage to a depth of 30 feet for zoning lots with at least 50 feet of frontage. Here, the site has approximately 69 feet of frontage, so approximately 35 feet of retail frontage would be required. The proposed text amendment would allow the Commission to modify, by authorization, the retail frontage requirements for lots with 55 to 75 feet of frontage. You will hear the architect's project manager about the physical constraints in designing the ground floor, which was the impetus for the proposed amendment. We are proposing a 9-foot reduction in retail frontage to 26 feet. The intent of the provision was to provide for viable retail use, not to preclude parking. Accordingly, after lengthy discussions with the department about accommodating both uses in our project, we agreed to seek the proposed text amendment. It allows the Commission to modify by authorization the retail frontage and depth requirements for lots with 50 to 75 feet of frontage, if necessary, to provide sufficient space for off-street parking and loading, and if the modification will not adversely affect the viability of the retail space and its contribution to a vibrant mixed-use district. The proposed 26 feet of retail frontage is as wide or wider than thousands of the brownstones, townhouses, and similar loft and mid-century commercial buildings around the city that have ground floor storefronts and line many of our vibrant local retail streets. At the request of the Borough President, we studied existing commercial establishment frontages in the M160 district and found that a 26-foot wide frontage is consistent with the existing character of the district. In fact, there are 57 ground floor commercial spaces with frontages of no more than 26 feet in this district. A store with 26 feet of frontage and an area of 721 square feet would be sufficient to accommodate many small entrepreneurial establishments such as coffee shops, food establishments, dry cleaners, jewelry stores, or similar types of local small service establishments. We believe such uses would enhance the streetscape experience and contribute to a vibrant mixed-use district. We note that the Community Board provided a favorable recommendation for the special permit, while providing a negative recommendation for the proposed text amendment and authorization. The Borough President provided a favorable recommendation for the text amendment and authorization, but a negative recommendation for the special permit. Thank you.
So, Mr. Eggers, as you know, you are here requesting a text amendment that would reduce the amount of square footage for retail. And you're coming here, and you were certified, actually, when you knew, and after, we had already approved a zoning for quality and affordability, which enabled retail, ground floor retail, to be in this and similar districts specifically, of greater height and therefore better retail. And if you look at, in fact, the rendering you have there, you see that the surrounding retail is in fact of a height that would is in keeping with better retail. Here you're coming to us and saying because of a desire for parking, we should accommodate you by allowing you to shrink your retail frontage, while at the same time you're not taking advantage of what zoning for quality and affordability offers, which is a much better retail space, while knowing, as you were preparing this, and as you were certified and warned at certification, that ZQA was available to you. So why should we accommodate you here?
Yes. We understand and appreciate your concern, and my colleague Deirdre Carson is here, who will testify in a few moments, and she will address this important issue.
Well, could you give us a sense of the timing of this project in terms of the phasing of, where are you now? Is this project is in construction?
Yes, as of this week, we're pouring the 15th floor.
And when was the foundation put in?
The foundation was put in, Ms. Carson has the entire chronology, and she will be better to address this than I. I apologize.
Other questions for Mr. Eggers? Ms. Levin.
Mr. Harris, I don't know if you're the appropriate speaker to answer this question. You can feel free to defer. I just want to be sure someone can talk to it. And it has to do with the anticipated use in the garage. Who's going to park here?
We've looked at data from this lot as well as a lot that's operated by the same operator on this block, and the vast majority have been monthly parkers from residences in the surrounding area. So we anticipate that the vast majority of the users will be monthly parkers. If not all, will be monthly parkers, either from the building or from other nearby buildings.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Eggers? Thank you, Mr. Eggers.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Suzette Agapian? Is that? Agopian. Agopian.
Okay. My name is Suzette Agopian from Bolton Hill and West Architects, and I am the project manager for 221 West 29th Street. I'm going to discuss the project and the ground floor constraints we encountered when we designed in 2013. The building will be 21 stories, 79,105 ZSF, achieving a height of 210 feet and constructed of limestone, metal, and glass. The lot area is 6,896 square feet with 69 foot 10 of frontage. The building will have 95 rental apartments with 20% or 19 affordable units and 721 square feet. The width of the retail is limited due to many requirements imposed on the ground floor. Exterior wall thickness with seismic separations, take up on each side 4 feet due to secant pile walls to address structural concerns you will be hearing about later. This leaves only approximately 61 feet of frontage for the building's 3 uses, none of which may be entered and exited over a Con-Ed vault. The 14-foot-long Con-Ed vault, which cannot be located in front of any building entrances or driveways, constricts door locations. This drove the general arrangement of the ground floor. The retail frontage proposed would be approximately 26 feet wide or 9 feet less than the mandated width, and with varying depths of up to 27 feet, 3 feet less than the mandated depth. This condition would accommodate a residential lobby entrance width of 11 feet of glazing plus a pier. The lobby is the minimum visible to accommodate a revolving door provided for energy efficiency and a fixed door for accessibility. In fact, we made several adjustments to make the lobby as small as feasible, such as eliminating the package room. An egress door is required under the building code for both the building's exit stair and from the garage, which passes alongside the court and exits to the street. This takes up 7 feet, including the column space. Once these residential entrances and exits are accounted for, the frontage remaining for the garage entrance and retail use is 42 feet. The proposed plan allocates 38% of the balance of this frontage to the parking garage entrance with a width of 16 feet, and the remaining 62%, 26 feet, to the retail frontage. As you will hear from the testimony of Colin Leary, representing the developer, the garage entrance has been designed to allow entry and exit without backup and space for a drive aisle alongside reservoir spaces at bottom of the entry ramp and also allow room for pedestrians walking in and out of the garage. 2 reservoir spaces are provided as required by the zoning resolution. The proposed modification will also reduce the depth of the retail space. The building core and egress locations prevent the retail space from achieving the required 30-foot depth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me just ask you, as an architect, is there any reason why, a structural reason, why the height of the retail space couldn't be greater?
We have height requirement that we cannot go
There's,
by.
that height requirement is not, you have a height opportunity that would allow you to raise the height, so it's not a zoning issue. So is there any structural or other reason why the height of the retail couldn't be greater?
I'm sorry, I cannot answer that question. I defer to Deidre Carson.
Well, it's an architectural question. It's not a legal question. Is there just a structural reason why the height couldn't be greater?
It's constricted, right? It's constricted right now. Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Cantor?
Let me try to understand if the chair has tried. You have a height of a building right now.
Excuse me, sir?
You have a building height
Yes.
right now. Is it topped out?
No, not yet.
Okay. Is there any reason, talking about not money, is there any reason why a floor can't be pulled from the top?
The floor cannot be pulled on the top. We have a base height restriction at the time when we designed it.
Yes, but now you're coming back and you're asking, as the chair has pointed out, to diminish the retail in order to take advantage of your extra floor. So not only are you asking us to damage the retail, but you're asking us to damage the retail and allow you still to keep the upper floor, and upper floor. Or you could minimize the floor-to-floor height and probably keep the floor.
We already have the bare minimum floor-to-floor height to achieve the habitable space requirement.
But the driver over here is pure return to the developer, not to the city. Is that a fair comment?
Sorry, I cannot answer that question.
Okay.
Ms. Levin?
Just to be clear, the issue here is that the ceiling in the retail space already exists, right? The building has been built,
We
mostly,
already poured the slab.
effectively?
We poured the slab on the second floor, so it is restricted.
Okay. And how long ago did that slab get poured?
When was our first slab poured? Yeah, in April of last year.
So,
Oh, this year.
okay, so just about the time that this ULURP process got going.
Ms. Efron?
Another question about the retail. You mentioned the handicap accessible door and then the revolving door. Has there been an analysis done to see what the relative merit is of 100 units and a revolving door versus having just a handicap accessible single door and expanding the retail?
Well, the revolving door is, like what I said, was designed to have the efficiency of the building. And the handicap space is, the handicap door is definitely a requirement. It was, as you can see, it is the bare minimum that we can have to have a gracious lobby. So to have just one door will limit us with a very small corridor.
Okay, so you've decided that you want 2 doors.
No, it's to serve both. It's basically with the amount of people in the building. So one door is not sufficient to have, it's sufficient to accommodate everybody, but to have the other revolving door will be an addition.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Thank you. Next speaker is Deirdre Carson.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Deirdre Carson. I'm also from Greenberg Traurig. We had the whole firm down here today. We represent the applicant who is a ground lessor, not an owner of the property at 217-221 West 29th Street. And I'm here to address the various concerns that have been expressed about the project's failure to use CQA and issues of timing. Some of this, I feel like I'm a rerun a bit of my colleague, but we also have been at it for about 3 years, and normally in an action like this, we would expect, and we would advise our clients that we would expect for 26 spaces in a parking garage and a text change that affected the mid-block of 4 blocks, that probably a 2-year process would be the outside, but it's actually been now almost 3 years, and there are a lot of reasons for that. My clients ground leased the property in July of 2013, which was just 2 months after the new Manhattan Core parking text had been enacted. We had our first meeting with staff on October 8th of 2013, and then we had many, many meetings over the next year about how the Manhattan Core parking regulations and the special permit were going to be implemented, how the parking study that you heard about from Stephen Johnson yesterday was going to be conducted, how the database was going to be constructed, what data was going to be used. I myself attended a meeting that was held by staff about how you were going to sequence applications as they come in and determined who used what data with respect to that process. So there was a lot of transition going on at that time. There was transition in the agency. The person we started with in the process left a couple weeks after we had our meeting with him. We had new staff on the application. So there are a lot of things that happened. And this is not a luxury condominium. It doesn't have the huge payoff. It's a rental building, and it is an on-site a building that has on-site affordable housing with the full complement of 20% of the floor area devoted to affordable. So it's money was a factor, and after a year, the client designed this building not in 2015, but in 2013 and in 2014, when ZQA was not being publicly discussed. A lot of decisions that were made about the layout of it, which were the subject of these conversations we had in great detail with staff, who were very helpful, trying to come up with solutions about, could we move this, could we move that, could we eliminate a package room, eliminate a mail room, which we did, eliminate various functions, move things around in order to try and get the best functional distribution of uses, were carried on during that 1.5-year process. Finally, after a year, the client, looking down the road and having to answer to its lenders, started the process of, it knew it had a difficult structural issue here because it knew it had to do secant piles. There was a lot of water on the site. And they started to dig to get it was a deep foundation. And when they started to dig, the adjacent building started to lean and swivel. And the next 7 months or 8 months of this project were devoted to re-engineering the project, both to do compaction grouting, rakers, and brackets to hold the adjacent building, which had a rubble foundation up. It's a long explanation. We had to move our building foundation a foot away, redesign the foundation, and then as the clock was ticking on interest, we had to start putting in the foundation. By that time, people were talking about CQA. There were other things that happened during that time that are directly relevant to this issue. I'd be happy to answer questions about them, but my time is out.
Thank you, Ms. Carson. Let me just start by saying when your application was formally filed in December last year, the ZQA text was in the midst of public review process. When you were certified and you came here in April, before, I gather from previous testimony, the first floor was constructed, ZQA was, by that time, enacted in matter of law. And it was specifically discussed at certification as well. And, you know, I appreciate that your client faced a lot of challenges, but also took a risk in the sense that you or they proceeded with construction assuming that this would be just approved and didn't wait for approval. That's a risk that they undertook. But it does raise sort of a serious question, because you're asking us to accommodate a smaller retail frontage in order to accommodate parking, without, in a way, compensating for that smaller retail frontage by having the height of retail that not only ZQA permits without a loss of FAR development rights, but also not consistent with what is on the block today. And so it's to me, I'm just speaking for myself, I find it an extremely troubling issue.
Well, we think that there's a real mixture of things on the block today, and there are...
I'm just looking at your own rendering.
Well, those aren't retail, actually. They're old wholesale establishments, but, and they're development sites, so we don't know what they'll look like in the future, although with the ZQA, I'm sure they'll have 13 feet ceilings, and I don't know that... If the ideal world existed, and this had been the ideal world, and the sequence of events with respect to this application had proceeded in an ideal way, I think that my client would have been very happy to have the additional height both at the ground floor and at the top of the building. These issues about how you fit things in were front and center in all of the conversations that we had with staff for a year and a half about this project, including, and there were, in fact, I had a conversation with staff about whether there would be an impact on this project as a result of the pendency of ZQA. And at that time, I'm not going to say I was told absolutely not, but there was some level of assurance that it would not affect the consideration of the application. I did raise it, so it was not that we were unaware of it, but by that time there were irretrievable commitments of resources and huge amounts of money that had been spent, $2.5 million to address that was not part of the budget, to address the problem that arose with the adjacent building. The idea of stopping, redesigning, and starting over with the design of the building and re-engineering the building was an economic, it was just infeasible economically because it was not anticipated when the project was started. I mean, the client came to the agency very soon after it acquired control of the site and started the conversation in good faith, and that was long before we had any ZQA to look at or think about. In fact, I will say, we inquired about the prospect of eliminating the rear setback here because there was a defect in the way the M160 text was written as to rear yards. And we believe the argument could be made that there was no rear yard setback that was required, and we inquired both here and at the buildings department about that, and both agencies acknowledged that there was a defect in the text. And we had said to them, look, you're telling us you're going to get rid of this in ZQA, and that would help us readjust some of these things. Why can't we interpret this now so that we can address these questions? And we were told it can't be done. You have to do it according to the way we interpret the text, even though we acknowledge there's this deficiency in the text. So there was a lot of energy and effort put into trying to engineer this to solve these problems. But at the end of the day, they had to move ahead, and the economics dictated moving ahead. It would have been wonderful if this had been available earlier in the process, and there's no doubt that my client would have taken advantage of every design opportunity that ZQA affords. But this unfortunate concatenation of events made that impossible.
Mr. Knuckles.
Ms. Carlson, you noted with regard to the control of the property, that it is a leasehold as opposed to a fee
Correct.
ownership. How does that distinction bear on how you've proceeded with this project? Why is that
Well, we are
significant?
paying rent, and we have certain obligations. There's another factor here, which is that the person who owned the property was the operator of the open parking lot that previously occupied this site, the operator of this lot and the lot 2 doors down. And part of the deal, the ground lease deal, was that we would attempt to get him the right to continue to operate a parking garage in the new building. You know, we had obligations to seek a special permit to do that and to try to seek it in a timely way, which we've tried to do. Of course, we're paying rent under the ground lease. So that's, I'm not sure if that's an answer to your question, but otherwise it doesn't have any particular bearing. It's a 99-year lease.
Right.
Ms. Cantor.
Thank you. Ms. Carson, has your client built in New York before?
Has my what?
Has your client built in New York before?
My client is very experienced in New Jersey and has done a number of projects in New York. One very large one on Staten Island that this commission approved, and one on Bond Street that this commission approved, and then there are several others that are underway.
So therefore, it's reasonable to assume he's aware of the rules with regard to construction, the rules with regard to permits, the rules with regard to risk.
Well, he is certainly aware of all of the rules that apply, and I want to make clear that the plan that was approved for this was an as-of-right plan, but it basically created this horrendous residential lobby.
Well, the fact that he may have had an as-of-right, which he then, for his own needs and reasons, wanted to change, does not give him the right to proceed when he should have known that he's intruding on the height restrictions or intruding on the height of the retail. So I would argue that there is very little reason to be sympathetic to him when he built his job out under the assumption that it's all going to go away and it'll be solved, it'll be approved. Isn't that rather presumptuous?
Well, he had an as-of-right parking facility here. He had the right to build 19 spaces as of right. So having parking was not something he needed permission from Car 1. He needed it for the addition of the 26 cars. And it's my understanding, I haven't done many of these, that in New York City it's a fairly common practice for people who are seeking to get more cars in the garage than are authorized as of right to actually construct the access to the parking facility, and possibly it could be even a year or two later start the process to get a special permit to add the cars. So I don't think that that by itself is an unusual condition here. And also remember that when the plans were filed, when they were approved, and when construction started, the height of the floors, it was the condition of the height of the floors was what was existing and legal at the time. That it was only subsequent to the beginnings of construction and indeed the completion of the foundation that the CQ8 came into effect.
The garage issue, I would suggest, is not comparable, because the garage issue is a bulk area which is built within a dimension, which is consistent with the code, and your client changed the job not just in a way that could be made. Sorry, I'll back up. The garage is a bulk, usually below grade. Guy wants to take a risk, he takes a risk. The chances are he's going to win, yes. If he didn't win, he's got floor area in the basement, not floors. He's got area in the basement that he can use as his will. But he hasn't violated anything. He hasn't violated anything. You're telling us that you have a client with substantial experience who got himself into difficulty through no fault of his own, I'm sure, with regard to the foundations. But you haven't given us a good reason why he continued the job without an approval, knowing full well the process in New York City.
He had an approval. He had approved plans.
He had an approved plan, but he wasn't building by the approved plan.
No, he was. He is.
Including the elevation of the second floor?
The second floor, the 13 feet, is not mandatory. It's elective. So it's what you do if you're going to do quality housing, M160, but also quality housing, and you have affordable housing in the project.
He could have left the second floor out for...
If he didn't do affordable housing, he would have had a shorter building, and he would have had a slightly shorter building, and he would have had a little less FAR, and he would have not had any ability to get the higher, there wouldn't have been room for the higher floor.
If he knew that he had an issue...
He didn't know.
At cost, well, once he was in construction, he knew he had an issue.
No, he didn't know until actually, the first time it was known was September 2015 was the first time that the regulations were published. And it wasn't, this is not actually a quality housing district, and until you actually saw the text for the M160, you wouldn't have known specifically how they were going to handle this. We were aware, because it was brought to our attention by staff, that there were changes being made in the streetscape regulations, and we did inquire as to what the impact of that was going to be on our application, because we did recognize that you might have some concern about it, and we were concerned about it too. But at that time, we were very far down the road. The ground floor condition was not illegal as far as the height was concerned. It's still not illegal. It's just, I think, the chair's feeling is, you're making it less wide and you're not making it as tall as we'd like. And I understand that from a design and urban planning point of view. It would have been desirable if that text had been in effect at an earlier date to have been able to implement that. And believe me, in many ways, it would have made this project a whole lot easier for the developer.
Let me just to clarify what I think Mr. Cantor is driving at. If this commission turned down either the authorization or the text amendment or both, you could and would, because you're proceeding under your as-of-right alternative here with a building permit, you could and would provide 19 spaces and have the retail frontage that was originally envisioned. Is that correct?
If you turn down both the special permit and the authorization,
Or
we
frankly,
could have
either one.
We
You'd
could have the 19 spaces, and we would shrink the entrance to the residential building to about 4 feet.
That would be your as-of-right.
That would be the as-of-right condition.
But that is the permit that you are currently constructing under.
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. Ms. Levin. I don't know if that.
That was exactly the question I was going to ask, is how we relate the current front, never mind, the question got answered. But when were the building plans approved for the building that's under construction?
In the end of the summer of 2014.
2014?
Which is about a year after we first met with city planning.
Okay. And when did the foundation work start?
It started after Labor Day in 2014, but it stopped almost immediately because of once they started excavating, the condition of the adjacent building became apparent, and then there was this, I won't say it completely, there was some additional excavation and there was some preparatory work that went on. This is a secant pile system, which I know the Commissioner Cantor knows is a complicated and expensive system to put in, and some of that work continued, but the main effort was focused on engineering along the shared property line, moving the building over, and then stabilizing the existing building, which is a residential condominium.
By the time, when work started on this project, were you...
And we stopped, I should say, we stopped. At that point, we knew we were going to have to redo the drawings, so we stopped. We'd been at it for about a year, as I say, at city planning, and we put a hold on what we were doing because we knew our plans would have to change in the cellar levels of the building. So we stopped sometime in probably October of 2014 for a while.
Okay, and at that point, where were you in your discussions with city planning about the text change in the authorization, the retail frontage issues?
At that point, we had an agreement on what we were going to do, but what was taking some time was the completion of the approval of the reasonable worst-case development scenario. That didn't actually get approved until January of 2015, so it was really a very long time for the development of that. There was a lot of back and forth about how you analyzed sites in the M160. You know, it's 4 blocks, 4 block fronts, and which ones would be considered to be in the window of 50 to 75 feet. And as you know, as it came out, we had there were 9 potential development sites, but only 3 that we all felt were potentially affected by this text in this 4-block area.
But in a sense, the approved building plans were their own form of reasonable worst-case development scenario with a 4-foot lobby.
Well, this is, since
I mean,
this was a text.
I'm not speaking in the technical sense.
Since this text change, well, the question was how many, what impact on urban planning and street and visual character the text change might have based on the number of soft sites, potential development sites that were likely to take advantage of it. And although the text change applies to frontages of between 50 and 75, there are reasons why we believe that it's only really going to be properties that are at the high end of that spectrum that would have any interest in doing something like this, because the ones that are more narrow just won't do the parking. And so that's why our VHB, which is our environmental analyst consultant, concluded that there were only 3, and the commission ultimately, the staff ultimately agreed that there were only 3 sites that were likely to be affected.
Okay, but when the project resumed, you solved the foundation problems, you did the re-engineering, you got back to work.
In April of 2015.
In April of 2015, you were reasonably confident that the retail frontage issues would ultimately be addressed through this application.
That's correct. And
proceeded in hopes that that would
yes
turn out to be the case.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Efron and then Ms. Reade.
I'm confused about one thing. The plans that were approved and upon which you're building currently showed the 19 as of right spaces, or
yes.
showed parking for 19 spaces. Yes. Presumably that was in the lower level.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. So that is, were you required with the building department to show how many spaces you were planning to build for?
I don't think they require that unless you have a special permit. I think that's their practice, but I'm not an architect or an expediter, so I would hesitate to have you take my word for it. I think you just have to show the space and 19 spaces written on the plan.
But the driveway was exactly where it is now in the same dimensions?
Everything was the same.
Everything was the same, except you mentioned the lobby entrance?
Yes.
Which was 4 feet?
4 feet, yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Reade and then Mr. Cantor.
Yeah, thank you. Just to make sure I understand, on the plans around the retail, you have the darkened area.
Yes.
And that, I assume, is the as-of-right size of the retail space? And so basically the 4 feet lobby you're referring to is the area just to my right of what would be the retail?
Yes.
And so therefore the plans you filed showed basically that long narrow corridor as your residential entrance. Am I correct?
Yes, with a caveat. At the time, again, of the approval, the way the text was written was that the Commissioner of the Department of Buildings could modify the 30-foot depth requirement based upon needs to accommodate vertical circulation core. And so, for example, on the far west side of the building, if you could indicate, Dan, you'll see that is one of the egress stairs, and we had to put a corridor around it to get from the back to the street. So that area in the back there is carved out and was, allowed by the commissioner to be reduced. And there was a similar area over on the right that was reduced to accommodate things like an electrical riser and so on. So.
And I should have maybe asked the architect when she was up, but the width of the entrance to the garage, the 16 feet, I think
Yes.
it is that the minimum necessary? Had there been any review of whether or not the entrance to the lobby, maybe not ideal, but could have spanned both sides of that column?
Well, the problem with spanning both sides of the column is it's not going to be wide enough to get a door in, and the column width would go right down the center of the lobby area. We talked a lot during the run-up to this with staff about the width of the opening, and this was, we have an operator here who's been in the parking business for decades, and he insisted that 16 feet was what he needed. That is what...
Here we are.
And that's why we're here.
Thank
you. Mr. Cantor. And then Ms. Ortiz.
Excuse me. Ms. Carson,
Yes.
I heard earlier that the second floor in question actually, was placed somewhere in April? Is that correct?
Yes, the pour was probably in April, yes.
Okay. By April, was it apparent to all parties that there was a new text available? There were limitations on you because of the new text?
There were no limitations imposed by the text. The limitations were the same limitations under which we'd been operating since we first came into this agency, which had to do with the width. What the concern that the chair is expressing, and it's a valid concern, is as to the height, which is not mandatory. It's elective, and it's available when you do affordable housing. So, if we were starting today, that would be the building we would build. There's no question about it. And in many ways, it's the building we tried to build, we wanted to build, and but we couldn't get there within the time frame that we had in terms of the economics of the situation.
But the developer could have left out the second floor temporarily. He could have jumped to 3. He could have made provision for 2 to come back later. Instead, he chose to take the risk of building from bottom to top.
I understand the question, Commissioner, but it wasn't illegal what he did. It was an election, it's true.
But it was, you're absolutely right, it was not illegal at all, but it was something where very specifically, when you were here and before that floor was built, was noted publicly to the applicant, and the applicant was well aware of the concern.
And we hoped that we would be able to express to you the reasons why we're in this position and that they would be compelling. We still hope that.
But they proceeded, despite that concern, to just go forward.
Well, by that time, the building was designed. It was engineered.
No, but what Mr. Cantor, I think, is saying is that there was a relatively easy fix.
A relatively inexpensive option, leaving the floor out. You lost the floor if you lost the floor.
Well, I would assume that we could take the floor out today if it were an easy fix.
A lot more money than to hold it than not have
Yes.
Ms. Ortiz,
My question has been asked and answered. Thank you.
any other questions for Ms. Carson? Thank you, Ms. Carson.
Thank you, Mr. Weisbrod.
The next speaker is Colin Leary.
Colin, thank you.
Colin Leary, sorry.
Good afternoon. My name is Colin Leary, and I'm with Iron State, the developer of 221 West 29th Street. I'm here to speak to Iron State's request for a special permit for a 45-space attended accessory residential parking garage. We ask for your approval of this application. The proposed parking garage would be operated by our ground lessor, and would help support a building that has provided 19 low-income housing rental units. The garage would replace the open parking lot with 48 spaces that has been located on the site since 1961 and was operated by the property's current owner since 1999. The 48-space lot is shown to my right. The next slide is a ground floor plan. The garage would be accessed via a 15-foot curb cut. A 16-foot drive aisle would lead to the rear of the ground floor, where 2 required reservoir spaces and a car elevator would be located. Parkers would leave their car with an attendant who would take the cars to the subcellar level, in the car elevator. The ground floor would have 3 spaces: an accessible van space, an accessible car space, and 1 conventional parking space. Moving to the subcellar plan, the subcellar would have 4 movable post stackers with no parking space below the lifted tray, and 19 movable post stackers with a parking space below that lifted tray, for a total of 42 spaces. The next slide shows these movable post stackers. Compared to a conventional stacker, these stackers provide for greater mobility below the parking trays when the trays are in the up position. Going back to the ground floor plan, the garage design includes a variety of safety features. To avoid queuing onto the sidewalk, entering vehicles receive priority on the vehicular ramp. Vehicles exiting the garage will yield to oncoming vehicles and wait for a green light at the bottom of the ramp, which is controlled by vehicle detection devices. There's also a caution car exiting LED audio sign located adjacent to the garage entry to warn pedestrians of exiting vehicles. Overall, we believe the garage improves the existing streetscape. The building improves the existing streetscape by eliminating the old surface parking lot and replacing it with an attractive limestone building in which the garage entrance is one of 3 harmonious building bays. As we show that we satisfy all the conditions and findings required to grant the special permit, including pedestrian safety and access, we respectfully ask for your approval. Thank you, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Ms. Leary, you're the fee owner, right?
No, with ground lessor.
You're the ground lessor, okay. Ms. Ortiz.
Hi. Could you, why do you need these extra spaces? What is the rationale here?
Well, the fee owner of the site is the former parking operator, and as we entered into an agreement to lease it, the discussion was that we would pursue a number of parking spaces that was similar to what he had operated previously. So I'll just note, the previous permitted parking spaces was 48, and we're applying for 45.
Okay, so in order to keep the fee operator operating at the same capacity, more or less, as before?
I'm sorry, so there was 19 as of right, I'll just note, but please ask your question again.
So it's so that the operator can continue to operate a business as before?
That's the desire, yes.
Okay. One concern that has come up is, the fact that this is 2 blocks away from Penn Station. There's not necessarily a need for additional parking within this, very well-served transit hub. So what is the response to that? Absent the fee owner's desire to maintain their business model, from a planning perspective, why should we move forward and allow for a special permit for additional spaces?
I think there's a couple of responses. One of I think it was the borough president's questions about this issue was, is there a demand for this parking? And we actually did an analysis and got data from the parking operator who previously operated this lot and currently operates a lot on the block, a total of approximately 100 spaces. And we can certainly provide the information, but the data shows there's certainly a demand for parking in the area. There's also a very significant demand for monthly tags in these 2 lots. And what the operator has told us is that what he refers to as a house garage, which is a garage underneath a building, we'll have a lot more demand for monthly residential tag holders, not only from the building, but also from neighboring residential buildings, which has been exhibited in part from the surface lots that he operates. I think, you know, I think the community board did approve the parking or vote in support of the parking, in part because of the need for some parking, largely, I think it's been referred to as storage spaces for cars, predominantly used on the weekends or for special errands or special trips. So while we understand Penn Station is close and is a great resource, I think maybe we can't all agree, but I think our belief is that there is a need for some parking. And again, we're not adding parking to what was previously there. We're adding a similar amount.
Thank you.
I'm a little confused. You entered into a deal with the operator when?
July 2013.
So if your deal with the operator required you to provide the same number of parking spaces that he had, why, I don't quite understand why this was filed when it was. I mean, or why you went and started construction without this being approved.
Well, it doesn't require us to. It requires us to pursue it.
So it's not,
It's
a required part of your business deal.
It's not contractual that we provide.
Got it.
48
Thank you.
spaces, yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions, Mr. Leary?
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Noah Bernstein from VHB.
Hi, my name is Noah Bernstein, and I'm representing VHB, which performed the EAS and the parking study for this project. Board coming up showing the study area for the parking study. The site has been used as a surface parking lot since the 1960s until it was closed in 2014 and had been operated by the current property owner since 1999 under DCA permit for 48 spaces. Pursuant to a sublease with the applicant, the operator will operate the proposed primarily below-grade parking garage as a parking resource for neighborhood residents and building residents. The special permit to accommodate residential growth would allow an increase of 26 spaces over the as-of-right 19 spaces permitted. Our parking study, performed in accordance with Department of City Planning's methodologies, demonstrated that the proposed increase of 26 spaces is reasonable and not excessive. The study shows that the applicable ratio of new parking spaces to new dwelling units is 9.2%, which increases to 10.5% with our project. This is a very modest increase of just over 1% and is well below City Planning's target ratio of 20% for this community district, and is therefore reasonable and not excessive. Anecdotally, we note that the closure of the former parking lot on this site and of the lot 2 doors away, which is owned by the same company and also under development, and the reduction of the absolute number of parking spaces on the Edison lots on this block is losing more than 150 off-street parking spaces. Data from the 2011 West 28th Street rezoning EAS indicates that both of the non-Edison parking lots were heavily utilized. And the owner advises that 47 of the 98 spots on those 2 lots combined were monthly parkers. Thus, the loss of these lots will have a substantial effect on the availability of parking in this very immediate vicinity, especially when coupled with the addition of residential units on the block. As for the retail frontage text amendment and authorization, the reasonable worst-case development scenario analysis prepared for the EAS showed that there were only a handful of potential development sites in the M160 district, 9 in total including our site, on which the proposed text could be used. Only 3 of those in our analysis were deemed likely to take advantage of the text because they were at the larger end of the 50 to 75 foot frontage exception. Thank you, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Bernstein? Ms. Levin?
Mr. Bernstein, of the monthly parking data that you referred to, both for this site and for the other sites on the block, do you have any sense of the split between, were those used by residential parkers or by commuters who work in the neighborhood and like to know they have a space waiting for them?
The data points that we have are from the operator. It's about 50% monthly permits.
Yeah? And of those, how many residential and how many commuters? Do you know?
We don't have that information.
So similarly, I would assume a lot of the parking on this block is Madison Square Garden parking?
We don't have that information.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions for Mr. Bernstein? Thank you. Next speaker is Greg Russo from Iron State.
Hi, Greg Russo. I have no prepared remarks, was just here to help answer any questions.
Questions for Mr. Russo? Thanks. Congratulations, Mr. Russo. Next speaker is from the Manhattan Borough President's Office, Jefferson Mao.
Good afternoon, Chair Weisbrod and Commissioners. My name is Jefferson Mao, and I'll be speaking on behalf of Manhattan Borough President Dale Brewer. The Borough President recommends denial of the special permit application for a 45-space parking garage. In regard to this kind of application, our office has regularly called for consideration of a more comprehensive set of factors, including proximity to mass transit. In this case, the project site is 2 short blocks from Penn Station, the heart of the entire New York regional transportation system. We recognize that there are destination-based car users who do not need their cars for everyday commuting but for more infrequent trips to places that are hard to reach by public transit. But unlike other transit-oriented locations that might only have access to the subway, here we have the full range of transit options in the region. Indeed, if there ever was a place in America where car usage is not necessary, one would think it'd be Midtown Manhattan near Penn Station. Our office believes that the Commission should deny this special permit in order to minimize adverse effects on the character of the surrounding area. Excessive car congestion certainly has adverse effects on Midtown Manhattan, and we believe it is unnecessary and avoidable in such a transit-rich area. In regard to the text amendment and authorization to modify streetscape requirements, we believe they are appropriate for the project site and its context. Our office has consistently expressed the importance of having appropriate spaces for the small-scale commercial tenants, and these actions would provide more flexibility in the length and depth of retail spaces on narrow lots. Furthermore, according to information from the applicant, there are 57 ground floor commercial spaces with frontages of no more than 26 feet in the M160 district. We do not believe that the proposed retail frontage will be out of context in its surroundings. We acknowledge the community board's concern about modifying the requirements of this recent rezoning. We also recognize that it's not uncommon for the Department of City Planning to work together with a private applicant in order to make changes that were not considered at the time of the original rezoning. In this case, we believe that the changes will ultimately allow for more flexibility and a higher quality streetscape experience in the district. However, we are also interested in the issue that the chair raised regarding the retail heights in CQA, and we would like the opportunity to consider the answers that the applicant provided today in more detail. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Mao. Any questions for Mr. Mao? Thank you. With that, is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this matter, which we have pretty much beaten to death? If not, the hearing is closed. Thank you.
Borough of Queens, calendar numbers 36 and 37. Calendar number 36, CD 14, C160219, ZMQ. Calendar number 37, N160220, ZRQ. A public hearing in the matter of applications for zoning map and zoning text amendments concerning Rockaway Beach Boulevard rezoning.
Josh Rhinesmith? Is he here? Okay. Proceed.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Josh Rhinesmith from the law firm of Ackerman LLP, appearing today on behalf of the applicant. I'm also joined by principals of Rockaway Beach Hotel LLC, Ben Igo, as well as Dan Tuggerty. The project area encompasses the entirety of Block 16180 in the Rockaway Park section of Queens. The block is bounded, and you can see it to the map at the far, your far left. It's bounded by Beach 108th Street to the east, Beach 109th Street to the west, Rockaway Beach Boulevard to the north, and Rockaway Beach Drive to the south. Rockaway Beach and Rockaway Park historically was a vacation destination that actually had a number of grand hotels that were frequented by tourists. However, over the years, many of them have been demolished or converted to other uses, and current zoning doesn't allow for hotel development through much of this area. In fact, the closest hotel that's located south of the Rockaway Freeway is approximately 60 blocks away. And so the applicant just saw a unique opportunity to create something that I believe is desired and could be well served in the area. And so we are putting forth a zoning map amendment application that would change the existing zoning from an R5B residential district with a C13 commercial overlay to the proposed R6A residential district with a C25 commercial overlay. The C13 that is existing does not allow hotel development as of right, and a number of the, or actually C21 through C24 zoning districts require that you meet certain locational requirements that we can't meet for this site. The development site is composed of 3 tax lots that comprise the western 2/3 of the block. It has approximately 12,000 square feet of lot area and has frontage on 3 streets, Rockaway Beach Boulevard, Beach 109th Street, and Rockaway Beach Drive. As I had mentioned, the proposed zoning map amendment would facilitate the construction of a boutique hotel that will serve as a year-round beach hotel and will provide the local community and beyond with an easygoing beach getaway that is only a short distance from Manhattan. The proposed building will be 4 stories. We'll have approximately 33 rooms with an accessory eating and drinking establishment on the ground floor, as well as a hotel lobby and event space. And the building will also include a subsurface attended parking garage. The building will be approximately 23,900 square feet of floor area and 54 feet in height. And it will be in an L-shaped configuration so that the open area can be used for a pool deck and swimming pool.
Okay, thank you. Did you have 1 or 2 more sentences?
Yeah, a couple of, 3 sentences.
1 or 2.
Okay. We anticipate that the proposed project will not only serve individuals and families who want to vacation in the Rockaways, but also provide those who want to visit their family and friends with a comfortable place to stay. We believe that this project will complement the city's recent investments in the Rockaways, including the reconstruction of the boardwalk, as well as the reintroduction of ferry service to the Rockaways, which is actually, the station is going to be at the end of Beach 108th Street, which is just 0.2 of a mile from the site.
Thank you, Mr. Rhinesmith. I just wanted to clarify, did you say the nearest hotel was 60 or 16 blocks away?
60.
60.
I believe it's at Beach 44th Street. So
okay. Thank you. Questions for Mr. Rhinesmith? Commissioner Efron.
Thank you. Though I imagine this falls under Consumer Affairs or whoever licenses the eating and drinking establishment, could you tell us what the planned hours are for the pool in the summertime?
I'd like to ask.
Ben Igo. The pool hours would be somewhere around.
He's next. He's the next speaker, so he can answer.
I'm sorry.
Ben Igo is the next speaker.
Oh.
Ben Igo with the Rockaway Beach Hotel.
Okay.
The anticipated hours are somewhere between 9 and 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. for the pool.
Can I just ask a follow-up?
Go ahead.
I
I'm coming into the
guess what
middle
I'm
of
trying
the
to
story,
figure out
so-
is
okay.
whether or not there will be evening pool parties and how that would affect the community. Is the eating and drinking establishment including, or the permit plan to be including the area around the pool?
The eating and drinking establishment, there's a rooftop bar planned, and then also a ground floor eating and drinking establishment that's inside the facility. There'll be chairs and whatnot during the day outside, but the pool will close down.
Thank you.
Is that it for Mr. Igo? Okay. Next speaker, Daniel Tabriti.
Yeah, I'm only here to answer any questions that you might have about the hotel. We'll be the food and beverage operators. but
Any questions, Mr. Tabriti? Okay.
Thank you.
There's a question, sorry.
Sorry.
Don't breathe a sigh of relief yet, so.
I stepped out. At the review session on Monday, there was a statement made to the effect that the eating and drinking establishment will not be functioning when a party is being run. There was a... Oh, I'm sorry, I got the wrong item.
It's the next one.
Thank you.
Coming up. Okay, any other questions? If not, the hearing is closed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Is that the last speaker on this item? Is that the last speaker on this item?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hearing is closed.
Okay. Borough of Queens, calendar number 38, CD9, C160189ZSQ. A public hearing in the matter of an application for the grant of a special permit concerning 86-13 Lefferts Boulevard.
That would be unusual.
I would just say that would be a real fly in the ointment here. You don't want to be here. Although your enthusiasm, Ms. Lasserson, as always, is touching. So, the first speaker is Eric Plotnick.
There are more words than that. Hello, give me one moment.
That's when Republicans had sense.
Hello, Eric Palatnik. Good afternoon, and thank you for spending the latter part of a day with me. I know you had a very hectic, which it should say, a very technical discussion this morning. I don't think this application will be quite as technical, so your brains might be able to relax a little bit. But there are some facets of it that I would like to explain and go through with you, and I thank you for giving us the opportunity ahead of time. I'm happy to be representing a facility that is known as Siberian Ice / Oligarchy. Mark and Alex are two cousins that own the facility. It's the old Republican Club. It was built in 1908, and it was in use as the Republican Club until I think into the 70s, at which point it fell into, it was abandoned. And you can see the pictures here of what it looked like up until just a few years ago. Mark, can you put up a picture of what it looks like now? Just what it looks like now, Mark. You can see there, really, in the middle is what it is today. They spent over $5 million ripping the place apart and rebuilding it. But most importantly, when they rebuilt it under the auspices of the Landmarks Preservation Commission with the intention of coming here for an application for 74711 to change the use, and that's why we're here. We're asking permission to change the use of the cellar level from a use group 9 catering hall to a use group 12 eating and drinking establishment. And the two will be used in conjunction with one another. And I can explain the program to you in a moment. I'll start with the program, and then maybe I'll go through the floor plans for you a little bit so you can understand. But what we're asking you for is to use the cellar level of this building, about 7,000 square feet, as a use group 12 eating and drinking establishment. The property is located in an R41 C24 zoning district, and it's in the Richmond Hill section of Queens. And the special permit, if you were to grant it, would enable the applicant to use it as the eating and drinking establishment, and would maintain and ensure that the building, it would ensure that the building is maintained in accordance with the landmark preservation requirements as issued in their 2014 resolution, which I'm sure you've had the opportunity to review. And as you'll review that resolution, and if you looked at the language in there, you could see repeatedly, over and over, the landmarks making statements about the high quality of restoration that the applicant is being directed to undertake. And working towards that goal, Mark and his cousin Alex went about $500,000 beyond what needed to be done to the property just to comply with it as a landmark to satisfy the Landmarks Preservation Commission, and really did a top-notch restoration, resulting in a certificate of appropriateness from the Landmarks Preservation Commission. And as a condition of that approval, we would now have to file a restrictive declaration, and the restrictive declaration will ensure that Mark and Alex, as well as any future owner of the property, will maintain that property in accordance with these high standards. And we're hoping that you will approve the land use component of the application, and then we would record that restrictive declaration as a part of 74-711. Do you have the plans? Can you put the floor plans up? If they're not there, they should be right here. So this shows you what Mark is putting up. You can put up the cellar and the first floor, Mark. That'd be great. This should be the first floor. You can put up the cellar. Thank you. So the boards that just went up, so you can see what we're doing here. This is obviously the facade of the building, as you've just seen in the picture. This is the first floor. It's a use group 9 banquet hall. It's allowed as of right, and this is what I was talking about before. Right now, this is the first floor, and that's the cellar. Both are being used right now as a use group 9 banquet hall. The first, they're used in conjunction with one another. And what happens is that patrons will come in. There'll be a waiting area right here. There is a waiting area right here. They come in, their coats are taken, and they'll go downstairs either by the elevator that's right here or by the stairs, and there'll be a cocktail hour for them downstairs. Right now, if I may continue.
I like the bell ending a cocktail hour, but two more sentences, and then...
Well, okay, and then I'll open it up to questions. The way it will be functioning is the two uses will be operating in conjunction with one another. So what will happen is on Saturday nights, usually there'll be a wedding in the banquet hall because it's an Orthodox Jewish facility. So the weddings start rather late on a Saturday night. So when there's a wedding or an event like that, they will use both facilities together, the upstairs and the downstairs, the cocktail hour downstairs and the reception upstairs. What we're asking for the permission to use the cellar for eating and drinking establishment will happen on other days of the week when there is not a wedding going on upstairs. And then it'll be almost like a Russian cabaret where you'll go in for the night and you could have dinner, and it's a pay one price, and you go in, you have dinner, you go to the bar, you could dance, and you get your table all night long, sort of like I Love Lucy, where Ricky Ricardo worked.
Okay.
Having said that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Mr. Plotnick?
On Ricky Ricardo.
Mr. Knuckles.
Is that a photo with the pink?
That's what the back.
Yeah, I was showing
Is that the
you-
first or the?
This is the first floor.
First floor, okay.
And then if you could show me the second floor. No, everything is built. Everything exists right now, so it's all built. These are actual pictures. This is spectacularly beautiful. It's a fantastic venue. And it's a very high-end location. And that's something we want to reinforce, because I know you've read the Borough President's recommendation and you've seen the Community Board report. Their concerns, and the Borough President actually says it, their concerns are possibly maybe what may happen in the future. Up until now, there's no complaints. The place has been in operation for 2 years. They've been running it great. Not one single complaint, not at 311, not at the community board, not at the borough president's office, not at the police precinct, and they've been in touch with the police precinct constantly. Not one complaint. As you can see, they're creating a very high-end venue. The idea is not that young kids are coming in there getting drunk and rowdy and sitting out front and making all the noise disturbing the neighborhood. It's a facility for people such as ourselves, people that are in the middle age of life, that are going out for the night to have a nice, not that everybody in here, the women here are particularly very young, by the way. But
So Eric, you're saying that is the first floor, is that what you're saying?
this is the first floor to answer your
thank you.
question, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Knuckles. I thought we answered that right off the bat. That was my answer at the beginning.
I appreciate the Vice Chairman's focus on the issues here. So, Mr. Reade.
Just one quick question, Eric.
Yes.
Regarding the eating and drinking establishment, what assurances do we have that during the times when that function is happening, that it doesn't expand into the upstairs area?
A couple of different assurances. The very first thing is, just as you can see, just the level of high-end build-out that the first floor is at. It's not a place to go to just sort of casually throw things around and things like that. It doesn't transition very well from this atmosphere to that atmosphere. Really, and a lot of money and a lot of income is generated from the banquet hall. They're doing very well with the banquet hall, thank God. And there's not very many high-end banquet halls in the area. And there is a very strong Jewish population. Obviously, you have a lot of bar and bat mitzvahs that go with it. So they're doing quite a bit of activity with that. There's no intention to destroy that. We would like, if you wanted to restrict the approval just to the current operators, or restrict it in some way just to them, if it give you more insurances, if there's any way you could do that. We don't have any problem doing that at all. We would be happy to. But the assurance is the best we can give you is just that the two men standing in front of you, their track record, they've been open for a couple of years with no problems, and the photographic evidence of the tremendous dedication they've had to committing to what Landmarks has asked them to do, to actually doing it, and to building out the inside so well.
Thank you.
Questions? Mr. Dweck.
Going back to the hours of operation, I'm assuming they closed Friday night?
Yes, they are definitely closed on Friday night. But they are open on Saturday night after sunset. And they operate until most of the events, the weddings and the events will go to about 2 in the morning, and then cleanup is about an hour. That's pretty much the hours of operation. Very few events are in the middle of the day on a weekday. Very few events, nothing is in the morning hours. And the building, I'm sure you've had the chance to really study and look at it. It's an old brick building. It's a very solid building. And any noise that's generated from the uses that are there, we haven't had one single noise complaint because nothing gets out of it. It's a very solid building. They built it with self-closing doors. They put in more sound insulation than they needed to. Nobody asked them to. They put a very high-end, I know there were questions at review session about the HVAC system, put in a very high-end HVAC system that's triple insulated, you told me, or double insulated, and it's all very soundproofed quite well, no complaints.
And I think Commissioner Cantor had a question about when the restaurant will be closed for a catering function.
Yeah, anytime there'll be a wedding upstairs or a bar mitzvah or anything of that event here, the downstairs will be closed because that space downstairs is used for the happy hour, the cocktail hour. So.
How would you notify the clients not to, circle around, come and try and?
How would clientele be known?
I know that it's closed.
They'll have obviously they'll have a website that'll be posting it online. Some people, a lot of the times, people will be coming in downstairs is by reservation. You can't just really walk in. I mean, it's the kind of thing you're there for the night. So a lot of things are by reservation, so they won't take the reservations. It's not really meant for you to just sort of pull up and say, this place looks nice, let's go inside. You'll be picking out a couple days ahead of time and forming a group probably and going with some friends.
Thank you.
Ms. Efron, then Mr. Cerullo, then Mr. Cantor.
Hello.
I think at certification I mentioned this, but I apologize if I didn't. How have they and would they handle smokers, since I imagine they can't smoke inside and cabaret
No,
sort of goes
smokers
with
smokers
smoking?
can't smoke inside, and they serve alcohol, and people who smoke tend to like to smoke when they drink alcohol. They tend to go together. They are directing, they have a very strong security system in place and an operational plan. To the left of the property, which, can you pull up some of the pictures? I had a whole slew of pictures of the street. One more of the front of the building that shows the office building. Yeah, there's one more that shows the guy to the left a little better. You see it? No? No, that's not it. Okay. I'll use the radius diagram instead. So to answer your question, this is the, did you find it? Yeah, you found it. That's even better. That gives you a little bit more. So this is the building here when it was under construction. This building next door is the building to the left of us, right there. You can see it. It's a 3-story office building. the way that we've designed the operational plan is that all of the valets and all of the patrons, if they're in front of the building, they're directed to walk down the block in front of the office building, both for the pickup of the cars, if they need to have cars picked up, as well if anybody's congregating outside for really longer than a couple of minutes just to get into their car. Our goal is to serve everybody in the building and get them right out to their cars and not loiter out front. But when they do come out to smoke or they end up hanging out front a little longer than somebody may want, they are directed to walk down here, because at that point it's usually 10, 11, or 12 o'clock at night. That building closes its office hours. It closes at 5 o'clock. So it's not really disturbing anybody over there, and that's how we handle that. So that way it definitely doesn't disturb anybody. And I think it's been successful. That's why you haven't seen any complaints.
Mr. Cirillo?
Eric.
Hello.
Just, okay, so I guess there's lots of different questions here. So some of them are operational, and so currently in the use group 9, which would cover the banquet hall operation,
Correct.
or as we would call it, the catering
Catering.
operation, the use of the building under that category is done by a client who comes and books the hall.
Correct.
And they have a party there.
Right.
What's that?
Yes.
Yes. And in the explanation, the upper room is, let's call it the dinner room for the party, and then the lower level is currently used as perhaps the cocktail hour.
The cocktail hour. I know we all got nervous once the chair mentioned that he liked cocktail
Or
hours.
whatever
so.
is happening, whatever is happening, right, or whatever is happening.
not take
We're
it
getting
too far.
closer to cocktail hour, actually, today. So, and so the lower level would be used, so I'm assuming when someone is booking the building, they're booking both floors.
Yes.
You're not giving them the
No, they
lower
get both
level.
floors, because you have the cocktail hour
Correct.
downstairs, and you go up to the
Okay,
reception.
so that they're both being used at the
Right.
same time on whatever the night is that the event is taking place. Are you envisioning now? I just want to, because somewhere in there it seemed I was led to understand you may be having an event upstairs and an event downstairs.
No.
Okay.
We're envisioning only one event upstairs at a time. They only do 1 or 2 catered events a week, and the rest of the time, when it's not being used for catering, is when the downstairs would be used for the cabaret purpose.
Okay, but the use group wouldn't just, are you looking to have it just address the lower level?
Yes, we're just looking for the cabaret use at the lower level, the use group
So
12.
that's what you would get the license for
Correct.
if the use group was changed?
Correct, and the first floor would stay as a use group 9 banquet hall, and that, I believe, ties into the question earlier, what assurances that you won't have that people won't be going upstairs. We're not asking for people to go upstairs. We would ask for that now if we wanted it. That's not a part of the business plan. So it's upstairs is the catering, downstairs is you have the eating and drinking, and when there's catering upstairs, there will not be eating and drinking downstairs because the upstairs will use it in conjunction.
Okay, so I guess from an operational point of view, the only reason the cabaret license would be needed, it's in about the food and drink, because you could serve food and drink down there now, right?
Right, it's to have people come in
It's the
off the
dance-
street.
It's the dancing.
It's the dancing.
It's the cabaret
Yes.
activity that's triggering the need when you link it to the food and the drink.
Yes, you are correct.
So I guess so there would be nothing to stop the upper level from being used from an operational point of view, so long as the combination of the food and the drink and the dancing did not occur upstairs.
Correct. As long as we were not using upstairs for anything other than catering.
Other than catering.
Other than catering.
Or the use of the space because it's there. I mean, people could gather there. You could have people up there. You could have people having drinks up there. They just can't be dancing with the
Well,
drink in their hand. That could actually.
No, they
be
can.
illegal.
I know, it's like this, you know,
No,
this-
I
I had an old
understand
case
this
once
very
where
well.
it was, I think one of the commissioners said, well, they're not really dancing, they're swaying. I remember that from a cabaret case. But having that as an aside, the upstairs What's driving the application is for the ability for somebody to walk in off the street, make a reservation, and come in with 5 people and sit down and have dinner downstairs. You can't do that upstairs in the catering. I can't just, under the current use group 9 use, I
Has to
can't
be a
just
privately
come in.
booked
Has to be
party.
private, booked, and set. That's the main distinction between the two. There is absolutely no intention, and again, that's why we showed you the photos, of merging the 2 uses. That's not the business model that's before us. That's not the plans that we presented to you. It's not trying. We're not trying to grow this. We're not coming in as a Trojan horse and saying, "Oh, can we have a little thing downstairs?" And then you'll come back in a year or 2 and you'll see we moved upstairs. That hasn't been. There's been a couple. How much did you spend for the upstairs build out? Just tell me. $3 million was spent on the catering room. So that's not.
Right.
That wasn't created to have a ruckus expansion of any sort of.
Understood. I just one, I guess, and I can't, beyond what the community board has said about this, and this is a question that whatever the response is, I'm taking you at your word for purposes of this discussion. The downstairs activity, as you're describing, which is making a reservation and coming for dinner with your family, and then perhaps there's music and you dance, is one version of what could happen under that license. And I'm assuming you guys are sort of the maitre d's. You're coming to this as if it's a restaurant. It's not a private party that you're the guest of someone you're coming to. But would I be correct to say, setting the question up because I think I'm correct already, that room could also be promoted as, I'm making this up, disco night, and there are no reservations. It isn't a family coming to have dinner and celebrate someone's birthday. It's promotion, flyers, disco night, someone's performing, maybe it's a DJ, and 200 people come and they're hanging out and dancing and drinking.
Yes.
Okay. And so I think that's
Yeah, and
where-
that's-
and again, taking your word for what you intend to do with the operation, I can't say you're not telling the truth. But I think that's the challenge, which is
That you're hitting the nail on the head. You're spot on. The concern, as you're paraphrasing, I think what I was saying earlier, which I think what others will say that are here to speak, and what the borough president, I think, said very well. If you read Melinda Katz's recommendations, I'm sure you did, the very last clause in it, she said something to the effect of, "I don't really have a problem with these guys. They're stand-up guys, but what about the future?" And that was what she said. Our response to that is that, A, they're in front of you. They're showing you all of their dedication. They spent millions of dollars on every single aspect of this, showing you good faith. I've represented quite a few clients, unfortunately, from time to time, and you've seen people, I'm sure, from time to time. I think you might have just had a hearing or 2 on something where people might not have shown you the behavior that you wanted to see. Here you've got an applicant, I think, that has demonstrated so far A+ approach to things. And we're willing, I spoke to your counsel yesterday on the phone. It was very gracious, and your planner, who was very good at handling this matter with us, by the way. They've been very helpful the whole way through. And I said to them, we'd like to volunteer some type of restriction on operators. I'd like to commit Mark and Alex as the operators, so that if they change and they leave, and I was advised that there's not really a formal mechanism by which to do that, but I'd be happy to submit a letter to that effect into the record if it would make the commission more comfortable. Anything I could do to give you the assurances, limited to their occupancy. Put a term limit on it, if you could, for a few years. Let them come back and check in with you. Whatever you want to do, we'd like to give you the assurances that we can to show you that what's happened so far will continue to happen into the future.
Well, I'm sorry.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Cantor, I think is.
No.
So just to follow up on what Mr. Cirillo said, what we're being asked to approve here is obviously a fundamentally different use than what has been operated so far upstairs. And your colloquy with Mr. Cirillo, I think, highlights what the risks and concerns are, which is that we've seen, it's essentially turning this into a nightclub. And we've seen nightclubs that operate in a perfectly fine manner and nightclubs that are concerns of communities throughout the city and areas which really, for very understandable reasons, really resist them. And appreciate what you're saying about the track record of these applicants, and that they've operated and maybe made a major investment here, and have operated the upstairs banquet hall in a very community-friendly manner with absolutely no complaints at all as far as any of us know. But this is a fundamentally different use, and you can't really judge it by how much investment is made, because there are nightclubs that create a huge number of community concerns that have made substantial, create substantial problems, and have made substantial investments. So what experience do these applicants have, and I think we're going to hear from them, but what experience do these applicants have operating this particular kind of use, which is a fundamentally different use than what is being operated today?
I'll let them speak to their experience. I don't know of their experience operating a facility like this before they've gone into this business, but I could speak to a couple of points to give you a little more comfort of what makes this different than others. First of all, it's the way it's set up right now and the way it's operated is primarily it caters, even though it's not specific, to the Bukharian Jewish community that is located around the facility. That's why it's a kosher establishment, and that's who they're servicing. They happen to be members of the Bukharian Jewish community, and they happen to be upstanding members of the community, and they happen to live right in the community. This is a very strong Bukharian community right here. So different than maybe a Studio 54, where maybe it might have had, or some other problem club. You know, I'm dating myself. Was it called Studio 54 even? But different than that, where you had somebody that was out for a money grab into the middle of Manhattan that had no real tie-ins to the community. Here you've got two businessmen who, obviously you won't be polling people, but they are friendly with everybody in the area. They live within the area. You'll hear from a member of the community board that's here today to speak, who lives across the street from one of them. So to give you more assurances, that's all I can give you, is that, you know, hopefully you could make the distinction and see of who it is. I can understand the future, and I can understand the concern of it turning into a disco or a rave party where we're going to get hundreds of people and you don't know what it's going to bring. But that's not what we're proposing, and if there was any way the commission could find any way to put any restrictions by which you could help ensure your goals meet what they want to do, we would welcome them. But Mark will speak in a second, and he can give you more about his business experience and give you a little more comfort, hopefully.
Any other questions, Mrs. Levin? And
Mr. Plechnik, current zoning
Yes.
Would allow use group 6, right? A regular old
Yes.
restaurant,
Yep.
eating and drinking
Yep.
establishment in
I
the
could
cellar.
put a restaurant and go all night, 24
Okay,
hours.
the difference is the dancing, which turns it into a nightclub.
Correct.
Okay, if we do nothing here, however, there could be a restaurant. There could be everything you want.
There could be anything that
everything you want
anything
but the
that
dancing.
C2 would allow.
Okay.
Everything that C2 would allow.
Thank you.
Mr. Cantor and then Mr. Dweck.
I'm sorry.
Let's go back to the nightclub. You have your Saturday night affairs.
Right.
You have your Sunday night affairs.
Correct.
You could have Tuesdays and Thursdays, I think.
It depends who books. Typically, what they're experiencing right now are 2 or 3 days a week where they're having events.
Okay. But those events are not predictable.
No, they are. They're booked ahead of time. These are
Well,
these
they
are bar
booked
mitzvahs and
ahead
weddings
of
and things
time
like that.
So that these guys can open up on one day and not open up the next day?
Yeah, that was the conversation that we were having a few minutes ago, where it's by reservation. So you would call and say, I'd like to make a reservation for Saturday night or Thursday night, and they would say, sorry, we're having an event, we're closed, but we do have an availability next week or whatever date.
That almost makes it a private club. People have to know what that restaurant, what that.
It sort of does make it a bit like a private club. That's why, and I tried to impart to and I know the commission's concern is what about the future? But that's the way they're modeled the business right now, is that it's a very upscale place to go. It's the kind of place you're going to go into and not be disturbed by people just walking in off the street. But the idea is that it's an upscale club that you go to for the night, and you go out with friends and family, and you can have a nice time.
Do you have the privilege, if we give you this changed, do you have the privilege of converting this to a private club?
Yes, we would be able to, I believe, use group 12 would allow for it to be a private club.
And what happens if these two upstanding young men decide to sell?
Well, that's the concern. I think that's the elephant in the room. I think that everybody has been pointing to, the borough president has been pointing to, and I think the commission has just been pointing to. And that's what I'm trying to give you the assurances. If there was a way that you could say it's limited to their ownership, and if there's any sale or transfer of ownership, I know, and obviously I do a lot of work at the Board of Standards and Appeals. There are special permits there for gyms. All the gyms in the city are tied into ownership. If you change a gym, you can't just sell a gym and change it. You have to go back to the zoning board and ask approval. I'd like to request that of you, to put us under as tight a thumb as we can under your thumb, so that you have as much assurances that you can.
Mr. Dweck,
Withdraw.
Mr. Cirillo.
I just want to say that there's two issues here. There's the zoning issue and what's permissible there, and then there's the licensing issue from Consumer Affairs for the activity, which would go to the principals of the
Correct.
of
They
the
would need a
operation.
cabaret. They
So-
would need a cabaret license.
So even if they left, I mean.
Oh, thank you for pointing
obviously-
that out. That's a good point. Thank
Obviously,
you.
the building could still be used for the purposes that the zoning permits it to be, but new applicants they wouldn't take their license. If they had one, their license would be gone.
Thank you.
and
I
the
didn't
new
realize that.
operator would have-
That might be another way of viewing that there's a little bit more control over the licensing of it.
Well,
but
there is,
no.
except that they can't be arbitrary and capricious about how they.
How they
issue
deny it.
this.
It doesn't give you as lock-solid control, I think.
Correct,
as you-
but there is a difference between this operator
And another one.
another operator who might have a background or history that would permit the city to say, no, not you.
Right, they might find something in the vetting process.
Right.
Any other questions for Mr. Palatnik? Thank you.
Thank you for your afternoon.
All right, the next speaker is from the community, I believe, Jan Fenster, excuse me. Welcome, Ms. Fenster, and thanks for your patience.
Thank you very much, especially for your stick-to-itiveness here. I'm a former teacher, and I could never stand before a group of youngsters, and I consider you all very young, without a lot of fidgeting,
You can come back here anytime.
Thank you. As was said, I am a member of Community Board 9. I have been living in Kew Gardens for over 40 years. I'm not so young. And I remember the eyesore of the community, of the Republican Club, and it was a real disgrace. And it wasn't just that one spot, but the whole area was beginning to fall down in appearance and use. I was thrilled, not knowing these gentlemen, when I saw renovations, when I saw a beautiful building coming up, and after they started their operation, I saw a nearby building renewing. It's nice to see the community improving. As an observant Jew who eats only kosher, when I heard the idea of having an upscale restaurant right in the neighborhood, I was thrilled because it maintains a stability or it improves the whole quality of life in our community, and I've seen it happen. I have seen more just more upscaleness there. I have had the honor of attending a function in the facility. I was very impressed, not just by the beautiful aesthetics, but the quality of service, the quality of food. I've learned since that the establishment, please correct me if I'm wrong, they purchase a lot of their quality food from Queens. They're improving the economy of the borough. Their employees are local Queens people. I can only see it as good. And when I heard Mr. Palatnik's plea to put the control on it so that if this is granted, hopefully, and approved of, that it will be limited to their ownership, because I see that they are very earnest, they are very sincere, they've really invested an enormous amount of money in this project, and I think they have only the benefit, they want to do it for the benefit of the community as well as themselves. So I hope I've made my point clear, and I thank you again for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Fencer. What, there may be questions for you. There are questions for you, Ms. Fencer.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I will
Forgot
start.
about
You know,
that.
this is not going to be.
Okay, good.
This is not proposed as just a restaurant. It's proposed
A cabaret.
as a cabaret. Are you going to come dancing here?
Those of you who didn't notice, I have a walker. I had spinal
Oh.
surgery. Sorry about that. I wish I could, but I won't be able to, unless, God willing, you know, oh, I'll sway, yeah. No, but I definitely would want to take advantage of it. And I think it's going to probably motivate more people of a higher class to kind of come into the community. I noticed that there are a couple of houses for sale not far from there. And I'm hoping that those who purchase it will maintain the level of our residents. I wish I could dance.
Ms. Efron and then
Sure.
Ms. Levin.
Thank you for coming down, and it's great to hear that the catering facility seems to have sparked some positive changes in the neighborhood.
I think so.
Were you at the community board meeting when they voted, and would you like to share with us the concerns of your fellow community board members?
I think the concerns were really pretty much expressed by Mr. Palatnik, and I have the same concern, frankly. But it's outweighed by my determination to keep this establishment going, because I think these gentlemen for sure are reliable, as was indicated by the borough president. I know that as a community board member attending all the meetings, we always get a report from the 102nd Police Precinct. They have never once made any mention of any complaints. Trust me, they do whenever there is a problem. And very often it's at establishments where there is drinking and dancing. The clientele are good. When there was a problem with parking, it came to their attention immediately. And the guy said, this will not do. So they went ahead and found that there was a nearby supermarket, Key Food was it? And they made arrangements to pay for the use of their parking lot, and they got valet parking instituted. And that, I thought, was above and beyond. I don't think that was mandatory by any means, but they're working very hard to cooperate with the community. They live in the community. They want the community to not just survive, but to really improve for their families as well. And they're homeowners. I think they want to stay in the community. I think they really have the community's best interests at heart. Any more questions?
Thank you. Ms. Levin.
No, it essentially got answered. I just want to confirm for the record. So I'm guessing you were one of the 7 who voted
Yes.
to let this thing happen, and so
Yes.
you were in the minority at the community board, and you're here speaking for yourself, not for the community
I'm
board.
speaking for a section of the community that I represent.
Right, but not on behalf of the community board.
That's a hard question to answer. I know what you're saying. As a member of the community board, as one part of the community board, not as the majority in this case.
That was it.
That's a good question. I like that.
Any other questions for Ms. Fencer? Thank you very much, and
Thank
thank you
you.
again for coming down.
That's my
I appreciate
pleasure.
it. The next speaker is Mark Chilpayev. Is that how you pronounce it?
Yes, perfect. Mark Chilpayev, Siberian Ice. Wanted to thank the commissioners for their public service. Just wanted to give a little background on me and my family. We immigrated to this country in 1992 from Uzbekistan when I was 11 years old. When we immigrated, we settled in Kew Gardens. We've been in Kew Gardens for the past 25 years. My family operated, when we started in the States, we started with the vending cards, vending on the street. Right now, we're in the services industry. We own spas and cosmetic stores in the city. My uncle had always eyed that building for a nice restaurant. He actually operated restaurants back in Russia at Ben Sholpayev. He's not here with us today. So some people had asked questions, you know, as far as operating a nightclub, if we have experience. No, we don't have experience operating a nightclub, but we have experience operating a restaurant, a Russian-style restaurant. I'm not sure if you guys have been to National or Baku. So this is a kosher version of that, because most of our community, they're kosher style, they're traditional, they're not orthodox, so they want to go to a kosher venue, but they want to be able to dance. And this is the market that we're targeting, and this is what we're aiming for. And it's really important for us, as you could see from the tremendous investment we've made in the facility. Like Eric mentioned, it was vacant for 20 years. The restoration that we did had to be a higher level of restoration. Just on the balustrade, we had to, in order for Landmarks to certify our application and sponsor our application, the restoration had to be had to have a preservation purpose to it. So therefore, even a simple balustrade, the original balustrade was hollow tin metal, so we could have done concrete or poured concrete balustrade that could have cost us maybe $30,000. Instead, it had to be hollow tin metal. We had to find a company in Missouri, a local company here. It costed us $200,000 just for the balustrade. And when we had the meeting originally at the board, when it just went to Landmarks, you know, the board was also, the land use committee was also a little concerned, the same concerns that you guys have. But at the same token, the question was, do you want a nice building? Do you want a commitment from that it'll be preserved and restored? And you know, people voted yes. But now, you know, we're towards the end of the project. All the money is invested. I mean, the cost doubled, tripled. There's 3 families, my father, his dad, and my other uncle. Everybody went into their equity lines, had to borrow money. You know, we thought it was going to be a $3 million project, but it doubled because a lot of unexpected. So it's a very big financial burden on us, and would really appreciate your help with this project.
Thank you. Questions? Ms. Levin and then Ms. Efron.
Yes, thank you for that context, and you know, it's always really helpful to us to know about the individuals and the families who are behind these projects. Gets us up out of the words on the paper and, you know, understanding a real life situation. But I think what we're wrestling with here is that, you know, if you ask me off the top of my head, should we allow a nightclub in a residential neighborhood? I come from Hell's Kitchen, where we have nothing but trouble with nightclubs in residential neighborhoods, and I would say, no way. So we're all trying to grapple with how this really should work. So I'd like to ask you 2 questions. I mean, that's just to set the stage from my own point of view here. And the point of view of the zoning rules that we have on the books that essentially say that a large nightclub event, space like this, shouldn't be in a residential neighborhood. So we've got to figure out how to make that work if we can. So I'd like to ask you about how you manage parking, because I gather that the capacity of the cellar for the nightclub use or cabaret use would have many more people coming and going on a, you know, not on a per event basis, but sort of throughout an event. And I'd also like to ask you about the HVAC equipment that you've had to install and what effect it has on the row of houses that's out behind you.
I'd like to begin by saying you had mentioned that it's a residential neighborhood.
Yes.
It is definitely a residential neighborhood, but I think this block is very different than most other blocks. As you could see, it's a big plaza here.
Right.
There's a house here, and there's another house. Everything else is all commercial.
Take the mic.
Yeah, the mic is just because we're recording it so other people can, we can hear you fine, but the folks watching the video won't be able to hear it.
So, and right across the street, there's a big public library. So, and the entrance and the exits of the facility. So the main entrance to the banquet hall is in the center. The entrance into the lower level, the cabaret establishment, is on the side. So there's not much residential right on the block, and not much residential. The entire block is basically more or less commercial. And not only that, but there is another a real nightclub, Maracas, right on Jamaica Avenue, and 123rd Street, which is more of a residential. Across the street, there's residential. So,
Yeah, can you point to it on that?
It's Jamaica Avenue, here's you.
okay, we're right here. Maracas is right here, 123rd.
But aren't there two residential buildings to your south, right, adjacent
Exactly.
to you?
Yes, exactly.
In the other
So
direction?
these two.
Those are
But-
residential?
Yep, these two. So this side is used as a service. In the center here, this center door is used as an office. We have, like a office / lobby. So most of the people are congregated on this area, on this side. So they're at least 50, 60 away from the residential. Not only that, we have security upstairs. When people come in, and we also have a security downstairs for people congregating outside. So they're able to control that. They usually pick up the cars outside. Towards the evening when people are leaving, we have the valet downstairs. They have the walkie-talkies. They're able to take guest keys, and the security upstairs has control as how quick he lets people out, or 15 people, 10 people at a time. So we haven't had any issues.
So in the cabaret situation, you're going to have people coming at different times. Folks are going to drive to the door in their cars. What's going to happen?
Well, we're not planning on operating. Most of those events are same. People are pre-booking for a party of 5 people are coming in to have dinner and dance. So, and we're not, because most people are not just coming to eat and drink. I mean, just to drink or dance. Most people are coming to have dinner. So we don't anticipate people coming in after 11.
But there's going to be a steady flow of cars to your front door.
There's valet.
What she's asking is the amount of volume of trips.
Oh,
Yeah,
so
and cars
exactly.
getting
Yes,
backed
yes,
up.
yes. I'm
Cars
sorry.
getting backed up
So
and people honking and
we haven't had an
crowds
issue with
coming
that.
out at night and standing around waiting for their cars and making noise.
We've been operating right now, so the only thing that changes now is that we could have public events as opposed to private. So we haven't had any issues. We've had private events with the same volume of people, and we're able to accommodate that. We also forecast how many valet guys are we going to need. How many people are pre-booked. Based on that, we make sure that things are moving quick.
So could you just answer my question about the HVAC on the?
So yes, as far as the HVAC.
I assume you've got some big, large effective thing on the roof?
We've designed the HVAC. The HVAC. This is the. We also have 2 kitchens. We have a kitchen for the catering hall, which is on the 2nd floor with a service elevator going down all the way to the basement, and we also have a kitchen in the lower level for the basement. I mean, this is not the basement; it's the 1st floor. So these are the HVAC units. We have 3 HVAC units. They are 40 tons each. The center one. We have 3 AC units. They're 40 tons each. This serves the 1st floor. This serves the lower level. The center unit is a backup. Just in case one of these breaks down, we have a backup. These are Daikin McCoy units, very compact, very small, super insulated. As far as affecting the neighbors to the back, to the side, our building, I think, is about 24, 25 feet high, and these AC units have a dunnage, at least 4 or 5 foot dunnage, so they're much higher. You know, the flow of air, as you can see, is up, so there's a noise is not a and since they're all in one unit, they have to be insulated really well, because that's where the heat occurs and the cooling.
Okay,
It
and
pushes
they're
the
operating
ductworks.
now?
Yes, they are operating now.
Okay, and where's, and where's the kitchen exhaust go?
Kitchen exhaust is right here. It blows up. It's even higher. It's about it's about 40 feet high. So
And no complaints from the neighbors so far?
thank God, no complaints.
Ms. Zeffron and then Mr. Marin.
Thank you. I want to build on what Commissioner Levin said, which is it's very compelling to hear how you operate, but our role is not to judge you as an operator. That really is consumer affairs. This is really a question about what the use is, and one big aspect of that is how it affects the surrounding neighborhood. So I hope you will take these questions in kind. And,
Yes, of course.
So drilling down on the question of parking, currently you're using the Key Food lot, as I understood it from the papers and
Yes.
from a member of the community board who testified. Do you imagine that the nightclub would also have valet parking? Or
Yes.
is it so in that case, is there adequate parking for valet parking at Key Food? And how do you actually prevent people from driving up, driving back, and finding locations to park within the neighborhood, which does seem as if it would actually affect the surrounding neighborhood at 3 in the morning?
Obviously, there's no way to prevent anyone from trying to find their own parking and not using our valet service. But as I have said, that so far we've been operating with the same capacity and no issues. You know, no complaints and no issues. And we are able to handle the volume. As far as Key Food is pretty, I mean, they're closed at night, and we're able to use their parking facility. Besides Key Food, formerly, yeah. So besides Key Food, formerly where the plaza is right now, the shopping center with the office, the 3-story building on the corner of Lefferts and Hillside, there used to be a funeral home over there. And they used the Long Island Railroad's parking facility right under here for about I think 90 cars. It's about 300 foot long by about 60 feet wide. This entire facility. We have contacted the MTA and the LIR. We've been doing it for the past 4 years, 5 years, ever since the project began. They couldn't put it out for public bid at the time because there was concrete falling off the tracks. And right now there's construction going and they're fixing it up. So I hope that within a year it'll be up for a public, bid, and we can rent that parking facility. It'll be much closer, and hopefully we'll solve those issues.
Mr. Marin.
I just wanted to go back, unfortunately, back to the parking question, because you're saying that you're not having any issues now in operations, but you're not running a cabaret currently, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And then we heard on Monday that the entrance to the cabaret would be in the middle doors, sort of having a control in the vestibule where you can hang your coat or take the stair or the elevator down. And I think I just heard you say that the entrance to the cabaret would be the bottommost arrow on your floor plan. That's that board you're looking at right there, that board. That's what I'm referring to.
This is what he's talking about.
That's what I'm referring to.
I want the,
So first, I'd like to understand better where, in fact, the cabaret entrance is going to be when there isn't dining and it's not a private event, it is a public event.
So, as far as people getting together, actually the entrance. This is the first floor. Actually, the waiting area and where the people congregate for the lower level will be downstairs, not upstairs. The upstairs vestibule is more for the banquet people, because the capacity in the banquet hall is 160. We had mentioned that operationally it will be
I understand.
99% of the time. No, I just want to. 99% of the time, they won't be operating together. So as far as zoning and as far as fire code, as far as capacity, there's a legal capacity to the amount of people we can have. So you walk here on the first floor, you go downstairs to the lower level, and here we have a lobby area of 700 square feet that can accommodate 172 people, just to congregate outside of the dance area or eating and drinking area. So that's what we'll be congregating. And as far as concerns, now there'll be much more people. The max we can have is our legal capacity, which is about 200 people.
I understand that. So I guess the answer to my question is that you will be entering the cabaret from the bottommost arrow on that floor plan?
Yes.
Not in the center as we were represented on Monday?
Sorry, yes.
Okay, so I get it, I understand where it is. My second question again then goes to the parking issue again, only because, you have not operated a cabaret. This is a valet situation, or not, depending on if someone wants to valet their car. So again, the question becomes, and I think we've all iterated it, what's going to prevent horn honking, noise making, queuing? I mean, is queuing going to be effective enough? How do we know that you're not going to have, on one night, 30 cars lined up waiting to get in? That's the concern that we are trying to express here.
And I understand your concern. So I'm just going back to my same answer, is the fact that the change of use does not increase the capacity, and we've been operating with the same capacity at this time, and we haven't had those issues.
Right, but those are reserved events. So people are calling in, you're telling us that people are calling in with reservations, and you're going to have that night 60 people, 40 people, 30 people, whatever the quantity is. So that is a known. When you have a cabaret, are you going to really know who's coming to this venue?
Just like in any business, I operate spas. I know that my Thursdays are busy, my Fridays are busy. Maybe once or twice we're going to screw up, we're not going to have enough people. But we're going to get a hang of it and adjust to meet those issues, I hope.
Okay.
Mr. Cantor.
Thank you. First question, is the parking going to be complimentary or is it going to be charged?
Complimentary. It's a high-end operation.
So that mitigates against people driving around looking for a spot?
Yes, I'd say 95% of the people want to do valet because they have, their wives or their girlfriends coming in big heels, and it's not the most ideal place, Richmond Hill, South Richmond Hill.
You've already said, I think, that the maximum capacity for the catering events is 200?
Catering, I believe, is 160. The lower level is about 225 with employees and everyone, so
is
yes,
that a
probably
total
less.
185 for getting employees? It's 160 upstairs,
225 downstairs.
225 maximum. So if you use an average of 2.5 people a car, you've still got 100 cars. And the cars, certainly for the catering, are gonna be bunched up. Downstairs, it'll be transitional, obviously, because people come and go. But
I think
that just
average stay is 2-3 hours on a guest, so I don't think it'll be so transitional.
But my thoughts are not so much about the restaurant, about the cabaret, as they are about the heavy load that's coming in when an event occurs, when a bar mitzvah or wedding or whatever occurs. Everybody's showing up, give or take, within a half hour. And they're leaving pretty much within a half hour.
In our community and from our experience, people invited for 6:30. You're lucky if you start an event at 8:30 or 9 o'clock. So people take their time. They're not as it's the truth.
Just
You're not gonna have
just so
300 people.
I understand. The cabaret is the catering facility is operating now, and you are you have presumably more for the catering facility than the cabaret, people are bunching and coming at the same time, because that's, an event starts whenever an event starts. And that has roughly the same capacity that the cabaret will have, because they both won't operate at the same time. So how many days a week do you actually have a catering catering event? 2, 3?
On a good week, 3. On a good week.
And mostly those are Saturday, Sunday nights?
Mostly Sundays, Mondays, maybe Tuesdays, Right now, I mean, in the winter, you have more Saturday events, but in the summer, the Sabbath is very late, 9:30, but it just doesn't make sense to have an event.
So to me, the question here is, you have a Saturday or Sunday night, the parking lot at Key Foods is going to be probably available, but when you have an event or the cabaret operating on a Tuesday night or a Wednesday night or a Thursday night, when stores are open, when retail is operating,
I mean, Key
is
Foods,
that going to be a different parking capacity for you?
it's the same. More or less, it's the same. When Key Food has 2 sections, a big part in the front where where the shoppers park, and then there's the back where, because it's such a huge parking lot, we're able to park. So in the beginning, we just stack up the cars in the back, but then towards 8, 9, 10 o'clock, the valet people, in 2-3 hours, they restack the cars. So it's its own spot.
Okay. Mr. Cirillo.
Just a clarification based on this part of the conversation that we're having. And this is trying to sort of offset the trouble caused by the questions that were posed. We keep calling it a cabaret because that's what it is by definition. And that's a permissible use, and we all think of cabarets, which is what the community is concerned about and would be permissible with the appropriate license under zoning, if this is approved, of having a disco, for lack of a better expression, a nightclub. But to clarify what you, and taking you at your word in the presentation, your goal or your plan, and not to say exclusively and never is there room for another plan, is to really operate a restaurant in this location that would have music and dancing.
Exactly.
I mean, okay, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I remember you saying that, but of course, we're focused on the worst case scenario, right?
Yes.
That's what everyone is focused on, because it will be legal. It would be legal for the worst case scenario to exist, despite your intentions. Things change. There's a market out there for it. You guys are in business to make a living, and we don't know what happens when you decide you're out of here and you're going to pass this on to somebody else. So the concerns are very legitimate, but this goes to what the intended sort of operation of the business would be on a regular basis. It's not 225 people coming in to use the space downstairs to go dancing and drinking all night. The intended use, despite the possible use, is to run a restaurant that people would call and make a reservation, and you'd be very lucky if you've had 225, you were able to turn those tables 225 times every night you were open. It would be a very successful
And
restaurant.
I just want to underline, sorry to interrupt you.
No, not at all.
That 225 people is, the capacity is including the eating tables.
Got it.
That are
It
on the
could be
dance
100,
floor.
it
So
could
if
be
you
150.
if you leave a dance floor, the capacity is actually smaller.
Correct. I just mean in a normal situation. So I'm not trying to help. I'm just trying to be clear, and that what your intention really is, but what the possibilities are, and the balance that we're trying to deal with on this. Because it isn't, the cars are coming with people generally in your plan coming to have dinner. It's not like 60 cars. In fact, I would think having a wedding is actually worse because everybody's arriving all at 6 o'clock and they're all leaving at 11:30, all at the same time. A restaurant who comes at 6 for dinner, who comes at 8 for dinner, who comes at 9 for dinner. So there's so many things here to keep clear in terms of this, but I just wanted to be clear on that because we got focused on, I felt that the line of questioning me, I may have misunderstood the original intention. But I also just want to say, in my own closing of this, not to beat yet another dead horse today in applications, but that I want to acknowledge your effort in coming through this process because most people, many people, just operate this kind of business without any legal authority to do so. So I just want to acknowledge that.
As Mr. Cirillo well knows. So, are there any other questions for Mr. Chilpayev? Hearing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Sylvia Hack.
What does that mean?
Welcome, Ms. Hack, and thank you for your patience. I know it's been a long day.
All right. I'm Sylvia Hack. I'm co-chair of Land Use for Community Board 9. And I know the Republican Club for years going back. I was the chair of the board at the time when this club became available and we were trying to save it and get it landmarked, et cetera, et cetera. So I have lived in Kew Gardens for 50 years. It's a lovely community. I know that at least one of the owners lives in Kew Gardens also on a very nice, quiet residential block. This is a residential area. Behind this establishment on 120th Street is an entire block of private homes and some multiple family dwellings. Yes, there have not been complaints to the 102nd, and there's not been 311, and people may not be as active as you would like them to be, but the community board sent out letters to people within the 400 feet of this area to get a sense of, did anybody, have a question about this and if they'd like to voice their concerns. People are parking on the sidewalk. The noise is tremendous, and it's already a problem, and we don't want a cabaret there. We already have a nightclub on 123rd Street. A catering hall, as you well pointed out, can also raise concerns, as it has, even though the 102nd has not been involved. But I go to the 102nd precinct meetings, and I can tell you that things have to get really, really terrible when the community comes out and really is incredibly upset about what's happening to them. In a catering hall, you come, you have your cocktails, you go to the event, the bar mitzvah, the wedding, and you have your dinner, and you leave. The capacity of this lower floor, we've been told, is 226 is the legal capacity. And that means that you can have 226 people at any one time. If this is a place that is open to the public, then are you telling me that the public will be refused entrance unless they have made a prior reservation that they cannot come in? Moreover, it's 226 people at any one time. And there are houses not just along 120th Street, but across the street, there's the library, which is, of course, very quiet after hours. But across the street on Hillside, those are all homes on both sides of the street, and then going farther down. And what we have heard on the community board, and I've been a member of the board for 40 years, is that it is inevitable that we have horror stories, and we have to hear people and we say, okay, you're going to have to go to the precinct. In one case, a number of years ago, it took us years to get a place closed, padlocked. I think it was called a march function, where we got the police and the fire department and everybody else, because people were literally not being able to sleep at night, particularly on weekends. These are charming people. I've known Eric Palatnik, who's a real charmer, through the years. But it doesn't change the fact that these people who live in the community, they've also made a significant investment. These are smaller homes, and for these people, this is the investment of their lives. And it's a question of, is this a habitable place? Now, you may be willing to buy a house which is near a nightclub. I know that I certainly wouldn't, because I just know already of the problems that occur. And as I said, we've had the experience sitting on the board of hearing people come to us later on, and then we have to start dealing with all the issues. So a catering hall is where you know the people who have booked the event, you know the style of the event, you know the hours of the event. If this is not open to the public, then it's not a cabaret, and if it's just a restaurant, well, a restaurant should be closing at about 11 or 11:30. This, as we understand it, is not, people are not going to be asked to leave, and they're not going to close the doors at 11:30. They will have a license, and we're assuming they can be there till 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning. Now, I live in Kew Gardens. It's very nice. Even though I live on Lefferts Boulevard, I've gotten used to that noise. But for us, when we saw this and we knew about the catering facility, okay, that's okay. We knew there would be maybe certain issues, but this is different. And that is why the community board, in its long experience, voted to oppose this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hack. Just to clarify, I just want to be sure I understood what you said, that even though there have been no complaints through the precinct here, that is it,
We received some seven letters that were signed. We also received letters that weren't signed, but we gave these all to the borough president.
So these were, but they were specifically related to either noise or parking complaints?
Yes.
From the catering hall?
From the catering hall. I don't know whether they're doing it now, and maybe Eric has convinced them not to, but taking over the street and putting up cones. I myself, on the way one evening to a community board meeting, I'm looking and I see a big white car, and it's parked on the sidewalk right against the building. So this car has to belong to somebody with something to do with the building. And I'm saying to myself, gee, we're going to the board and there's a meeting. Why is this car on the sidewalk? Another member of the board who has come to us and saying, you know, on a Saturday night, we have seen cars parked on the sidewalk in front of this establishment. Well, that's even happening in other parts of Kew Gardens now, and it's not a great occurrence.
And when the community board had its hearing on this application, did those homeowners or people who had
No,
made
they
complaints
sent
come in?
letters. It was in a very different community from where they live.
I'm sorry.
It was in, our board doesn't meet in the same place every month. We try to move from community to community. We have 4 communities. So it was not in their community. I was hoping that some people would come out, but no, they didn't come out. They wrote their letters, and this was the first we heard. But even before their letters, quite frankly, we looked upon this as a cabaret, and a cabaret open to the public in which anyone is welcome to come. So I'm not sure what I'm hearing is that you may not come unless you have booked a reservation days in advance and you know that you've only got to have 50 people or 60 people. Also, use group 12, as far as we know, goes with the property, and it accommodates stadiums. That's why it's use group 12. It accommodates commercial entertainment. So nothing stops these owners or the next owner, because it goes with the property, it's not like a variance, and from having whatever it is they choose to have that is accommodated by use group 12. And that is our concern.
Mr. Twett.
Going to the nature of the 7 letters you said that you
Yeah.
received, the complaints were more towards the parking?
Parking, noise, it's not, I'm sure that they can contain the noise inside the building. There's probably no problem with that, and I'm sure they've made an earnest effort. But when a lot of people start coming out, and whether or not they've parked their cars or had their cars parked at Key Food, or they've managed to find parking, which is difficult to find, there is always that kind of noise. And this is not a block that now is living with that kind of noise. And I've got to say something about the Key Food parking lot. I wasn't going to, but we get a lot of base station applications. It seems to me that the Key Food parking lot at this point must accommodate at least 1,000 cars, because everybody is making an arrangement with a Key Food parking lot, which is large And it is only, what is it, Eric? 1.5, 2 blocks away, something like that. It's close. But we laughingly, we said to ourselves, this is amazing. Everybody has got an arrangement with the Key Food parking lot. Key Food should go out of business because they can make just as much money with parking arrangements as selling food.
Mr. Knuckles.
Ms. Hack, I'm just curious, where do you live in relation to this?
I live in Kew
establishment?
Gardens, which is about a 10-minute walk from here. But I walk past it a lot. My dentist is there, and I go to the library, which is there. So I know the area. Look, even when I was chair of the board, I mean, there were areas I didn't know as well as other people did who came from the other communities. But I know this area. I've lived in Kew Gardens for 50 years. And as I say, I go to the library, the Richmond Hill Library, and my dentist is there, and I walk by. And so I'm very aware of what this establishment, is.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming. You're welcome.
So
Thank
let me
you.
just,
Yes.
so if we were to, and I don't know if we could, but if we were able to put some conditional controls on parking, for example, would that address your concerns? Because the concerns seem to be more focused on parking here and not focused on noise. Is that?
People, when they go to their cars, when they exit, and then it's constant now, it's not a catering event. People, in a catering event, they go in, they stay there, and then they leave at the end of the event. Now, in this newer part of the establishment, it's a coming and going. The only places I know of where people get the table for the night is a place, Paris. In Paris, in a restaurant, usually it's your table for the night. But that's not what we're talking about here. And we're not talking about an establishment that closes at 11 o'clock. No, there is definitely the noise of people exiting. And they don't even have to be yelling. There can be enough of them. They're talking, and you hear that. So, we don't take lightly when we vote for something or against something. But we've had a lot of experience on the board. And this is not what we would hope for for the people who actually have to live and sleep in this community.
And would it be possible, you said that you submitted letters that you received to the borough president. Would it be possible to submit copies
Sure.
of those letters to us
Yes, I
as
will
well?
ask the board staff to send them to you.
Thank you. Mr. Cirillo.
Thank you so much for your testimony and sort of the thoughtful presentation in which you're giving it. And I just want to make sure I'm correct, that under the existing zoning,
C14.
restaurant activity would be permissible.
I assume so. I mean, I'd have to look
I
at the
believe that to
thing,
be
yeah.
correct,
Like
right?
it's a use group 6 and,
So
yeah.
what I'd like, just for the example, the discussion, I want to separate the dancing from the discussion for a moment. Because what's triggering the desire to change the zoning is the ability legally to permit dancing in the same establishment where food and drink is served. That's what's triggering this issue. So today, if there were no music available in the basement for anyone to come, the operators could currently run a restaurant out of that space. Reservations, non-reservations, it would be open to the public, and that activity with the cars coming for dinner at all different times, all of that would be able to exist today. What is different about today and potentially tomorrow is that while they're there, they can dance. Now, that's under the scenario where that's presented to us as the goal of this application, to run that kind of an operation. We know, as certainly you know, that there'll be other opportunities to run other types of activities beyond the dinner and dancing with the family. But the idea that this is going to make the cars come and go, it's really the issue it's the dancing issue that's triggering this discussion. The people could come and go today with the operation of coming to eat and drink and party and open to the public without knowing who the people are when they come, with a reservation or without, I assume. So I guess the presentation is about the activity of the arrival, what's happening inside, and then the departure, when really all of that could happen today as of right. It's only the fact that once people are inside, they can also be dancing and, they could listen to music. You could have music playing anyway. You just can't physically dance. That's the craziness of the cabaret law anyway. But, so is that, we're not focused on that part of it, because all the parts we are focused on could be happening anyway without the dancing.
Well, I suppose.
Unless you're operating a
Right.
disco night where people are just coming and you're not
Right.
taking reservations and you're not doing dinner. I'm just saying.
Right.
that-
But I suppose, I think if I understood Ms. Hack's, the community board's concern is that because it's a cabaret or a nightclub that has dancing, the hours are likely to go from, instead of 11:30 to 3 or 4 in the morning.
Understood. I just wanted to focus because we didn't, and again, I understand exactly what the community board's concerns are, and that's what the challenge is here, is dealing with those concerns. But you haven't mentioned the activity that's driving this. We're dealing with it as if this is going to cause a lot of the day-to-day operational issues, when a lot of the operational issues you've raised could occur in a restaurant scenario, which is currently as of right. So I know there's a huge distinction about a nightclub and a restaurant, but music, the food, and the drinking could happen today as of right. People will come, they will drive, they will leave at 11:30, maybe 2 in the morning. But I just wondered how that was playing into this, because it isn't something that you've raised in the discussion.
Most restaurants don't operate till 2, 3, or 4 in the morning.
Agreed.
And the community board does its very best. About a couple of years ago, not that we're only advisory, obviously, we don't make the rules and we don't enforce the rules. But what we have had to do with a number of restaurants is to say that we will oppose you at the SLA unless you are closing by 1 a.m. as a restaurant. Bars are something else. So that we've made an attempt to try to deal with the problems of these kinds of uses where people are living. And
No, I appreciate that. I'm not disagreeing. I'm just trying to get to the other piece of this and clearly separate the different impacts, because there are potentially impacts even under the as of right scenario.
But the impact of a use group 12 goes so far beyond.
Understood. Believe I raised that at the very beginning because I know that's the major issue, and there are lots of opportunities in use group 12 that, despite what the current owners plan to do, that doesn't mean in the future that's what will happen. So I understand that. So I appreciate your response.
Mr. Dweck, then Mr. Cantor.
I was going to add to Commissioner Cerullo's thinking. The only reason that the rezoning for this use is needed is because of the addition of dance floor. You can still dance, technically. There are restaurants that have dancing at the tables in New York City. I think a few years ago, the Bloomberg administration, there was an issue that I recall that they couldn't, that you didn't need a cabaret license if you wanted to dance or call it sway. I don't know if there's a sway police who's going to come and adjudicate the matter and say you're swaying or dancing.
Well, they like to dance. It was a dancing
I
administration.
think it's not so much the dancing, a cabaret license issue here is the zoning, which in terms of the use group, which is eating and drinking without restrictions on entertainment, basically.
Right. There's the zoning issue and the licensing issue. You couldn't have a license. You must have a license for dancing where eating and drinking is also available. And you can only get that license if zoning permits that use group to exist. So if they're all connected.
Do you know the term of the license from DCA?
The term?
How often do they review it? Does it have to?
I don't know, I don't remember. Could be every 2 years, every 5 years. I mean, I think there are different options available.
Do you know if the community board has any input on the DCA license?
Well, any liquor license.
Not the liquor
You mean, you're talking
license,
about the consumer affairs, the
Is there a
cabaret?
full process where the community board gives their input?
I can't swear, but yes, I do think we've had them come before us.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. They even, some community boards even have committees that review.
Yes, we do. We have a separate
Yes.
committee. Right.
Mr. Cantor.
Thank you. You know, you people have been here all day, and I'm struck by the conversations we're having now versus the conversations we had with another party which preceded you, where you were complimented once, and I'll compliment you again for trying to do it the right way. As Commissioner Cirillo said, theoretically, you can do everything but dance and the hours. I don't know what flexibility you have in the hours, but 3 a.m. would be troublesome, certainly. Could you stop at 1? Could you stop at 12? I don't know at which point it becomes illogical. But when we're talking about the possibility of offering you a yes, it would be good, I think, for us to learn, number one, if you have flexibility, and number two, I don't know whether the chair can do it in any of them.
We're only doing the zoning. The license might be able to do that, not the zoning. You can't zone.
Ms. Levin?
No, simply to observe, as we've been listening to this and listening to Ms. Hack, I've been looking at the community board's resolution, and they conveniently quote for us what use group, the definition of use group 12. So what we're being asked to approve here in a fairly open-ended way, use group 12 consists primarily of fairly large entertainment facilities that, one, have a wide service area and generate considerable pedestrian, automotive, or truck traffic, and two, are, therefore, appropriate only in secondary, major, or central commercial areas. So it's, not gonna happen in a small building like this, but it's stadiums, skating rinks, billiard parlors, bowling alleys, all kinds of things that Board 9 properly points out to us are operations that are not really so appropriate in a residential neighborhood. And so we've been talking about this particular operation and trying to get comfortable with ways in which it could be restricted to be appropriate, but we're being asked to approve a very wide open range of uses.
I mean, the whole thrust of use group 12 is the removal of restrictions on
Right.
entertainment, not the restrictions on entertainment. And
So
that's,
perhaps we have some ability to work within the terms of the special permit to shape what in fact would be allowed, but I need to say right now, I can't support an unlimited allowance of use group 12 at this location.
I think we have to look at what the power of the commission is to provide restrictions, given what I think everyone here recognizes, and I believe the community board is noted by the borough president as well, that the good intentions of the applicant here, but the reality is that even with those good intentions, there have been, even with the catering hall, apparently we will get from the community board some complaints, but more significantly that an unrestricted special permit does open up a huge set of issues. And so we have to look at that. Ms. Efron.
I just want to again separate the current operator from the use
Right.
that we're being asked to describe.
Yes, indeed.
And I will point out what has been pointed out before. There's a library across the street, and right now we're looking at an evening use, but that this use group is not exclusive to evening, and there may be an inappropriate use throughout the day that's incompatible with children and libraries in a small-scale residential neighborhood. So there are other aspects beyond the evening parking that concern me about the use group that includes the daytime operations and what's appropriate and not appropriate there.
Any other speakers? Any other questions for Ms. Hack, first of all? And hearing none, are there any other speakers to come before us? I don't believe so. So this hearing is closed. We do, as noted, Ms. Hack, welcome the letters that you submitted to the Borough President, and we do welcome whatever additional information the applicant might provide. So, thank you very much. This hearing is closed.
Okay. Borough of Queens, calendar number 39, CD2, N17001, PXQ, a public hearing in the matter of a notice of intent to acquire office space for use of property located at 1 Court Square.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Chairman Weisbrot.
Good afternoon, Ms. Lazarson, and thank you for your patience and your earlier enthusiasm. I can understand why you might have wanted to cut the line here.
I am always passionate about our applications, as you now know. So short and sweet, I'll start by saying, okay, so for the record, I am Dale Lazarson with DCAS Asset Management. I am here to present for you and state that I am in favor of the application in front of you, which is the 195 notice to acquire office space. The office space will be located at 1 Court Square. This is for the Department of Health's use. And now let me take you back to May 25th. This is a repeat, revised. So hopefully you will be happy to hear this. You may remember that on May 25th, we stood before you, the Department of Health representative and myself, requesting your approval, which you unanimously gave, thank you, for the Department of Health to acquire office space at not only 1 Court Square to fulfill some of its new programmatic expansion needs, but also at another building in the borough, 3336 33rd Street. At the time, there were many questions about why the expansion need was in 2 separate buildings. And we identified at that time that it was unfortunate, but it was what it was for timing purposes, that there was not additional space available at the City Corp Tower. But like yourselves, we also, DCAS, as well as DOH, would be very much favorable to acquire more office space at City Corp because a consolidated presence, if not in the exact same space, at least in the same building, provided tremendous efficiencies. Since that time, City has placed additional space on the market. Therefore, the application in front of you is in lieu of the 33rd Street location. So all of the requirements remain the same. The 200, give or take, employees that were projected to be at the 33rd Street location are now projected to be on the 14th floor of the City Corp Tower. So to take you back, on May 25th at 1 Court Square, on May 25th at the hearing, you approved for 1 Court Square the Department of Health's take of the 20th floor and the 24th floor at City. They are now taking the 14th floor. This will be an amendment to the existing sublease. The floors, 20 and 24, the sublease documents are now executed, and DOH is in possession of the space. For this particular expansion, which again is just the replacement, if you will, of the 33rd Street location, we expect possession and occupancy in the later part of the fall. We're looking about October, give or take. The terms and conditions are relatively the same. The sublease will begin round about October, with possession and occupancy, I believe, but round about October, and will expire the same time as the primary sublease amendment, which is April of 2020. Yeah, so can I answer any questions for you?
Any questions for Ms. Lazarson? Ms. Lazarson, you have gotten a free ride.
Thank Congratulations. Thank you, and I will extend the apologies of Sheila Benjamin, the Assistant Commissioner with the Department of Health, was here earlier, but had to leave for some business. So, yes. All right, thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to be heard on this matter? And hearing none, the hearing is closed. Have a lovely day.
Thank you, you as well.
Citywide, calendar number 40, public hearing in the matter of a CAPA rule change for City Coastal Commission.
Is there anyone who wishes to be heard on this matter? I think you all have heard this at the review session on Monday, and we didn't anticipate any speakers today, and I gather we have none. So, with that, the hearing is closed, and Madam Secretary, is there anything else to come before us today?
No, Chairman Weisbrot.
I will entertain a motion to adjourn, which I think most of you expected about 2 hours ago, or more. So, thank you all very much.